Somehow the world will change for me and be so wonder. That's iCarly. What y'all know about iCarly? Hey everyone, how's it going? It is I, the real Randy Chavez. I'm coming at you today with a new Omi is my homie episode with my boys Crypto Rain and Doctor of Stuff. I love y'all. Everyone say hello to Dashi. Hello, Dashi. Doc, I thought you were gonna be late today. You good, man? Doc.
Wait, what? I said,
I thought you were gonna be late. I thought you were gonna be.
I said, "What's up, Dashi?"
I just thought you were going to be late today, so I'm very happy you're here. Very happy you are among us. Oh, that was such a good game. How is everybody?
Good.
Doing pretty good. Today's a pretty good day.
Yes, it is. We have a big show today. Obviously, Omi's going to be one of the main topics because Omi do be flying though. Outside of that, we do have just crypto flying in general, despite a lot of stuff in the world going super chaotic, and I really want to get into that as well. I guess to kind of kick it off, for me, it was 2016, maybe 2020, but outside of 2020, when the whole world shut down, what do you think the year was that you guys have lived through or that you remember that was just the craziest year, and why and what happened and how the market reacted to that? Because I feel like we're all going to have different stories.
2001 was really interesting, right? So there was a dot-com boom, and this is what happens when politicians mess things up. So politicians changed it so businesses could only write off the money that they pay their executives up to $1 million. So all these companies cut their executives' pay to $1 million, but increased their stock options. Why? Because, well, if an executive is worth $30 million a year, you can't pay him $1 million. He'll just take his savings and he'll live off of it and he'll stop working. So the market dictates what people are worth, not politicians. And so this is what led to the dot-com over boom, because it wasn't just dot-coms. So all these companies started paying their executives $1 million and gave them massive outnumbered stock options, which then all these executives had the incentive to fudge the numbers so that their stock options went through the roof so that they would make 100 million instead of 30 million. And some of them did that. And some people were later like, oh my gosh, all these executives are so greedy. Look at all the cheating. And the truth is the cheating happened about 3% of companies. So that's actually not a lot of cheating. The incentives were just broken and the politicians did it and they took none of the blame when it went bad, but it was their fault. And it caused an overboom, and then it caused an overbust. And we had things like Enron and other things. And Enron was doing that massively. And then they blamed the accountants. And Arthur Andersen accounting went down in flames because of what mostly Enron was doing. And I think one or two partners over at Arthur Andersen were somehow involved and took down all of Arthur Andersen. And like the markets went overboomed and then they overcorrected to the downside, went crazy. And then September 11th happened and markets absolutely tanked that day. And
except for the people that shorted with a lot of put options.
What's that?
So except for the people that shorted with a lot of put options.
Yeah.
Anyway, not to get too into that. Did you hear that Enron's coming back with a crypto token?
Oh yeah, let me buy that. Especially if Ken DeLay or whatever his name was, Ken DeLay or whatever. Sounds like a trustworthy guy. Maybe just, so trustworthy.
Yeah, I heard that a couple of days ago. I was like, no heckin' way. But I feel like, obviously, as Elon and other people say, that generally the most ironic thing that could happen sometimes tends to be the stuff that does happen.
That is so ironic. Yes, I would not touch Enron with a 100-foot pole. Why would an energy company be launching a crypto anyway? And why would you even want it?
I have no idea. What about you, Doc? What's your craziest time you think that you might have lived through, and then market reaction to that?
But like positive or negative?
I mean, either or, whatever the craziest time you lived through, and then how the market reacted to that. So, however, it could be a no effect. It could be a great positive or great negative effect. Just whatever.
I mean, like for me, like I would say the recession was like the biggest thing for me, right? Like
The
massive
08.
negative, yeah, 08. Like, and I say that because like, so I was a loan officer at the time, and like I was making good money, you know, like doing loans, and like there's just a ton of liquidity in the market, and then all of a sudden like everything, just liquidity dried up everywhere, right? Banks were not lending. They were terrified to lend because they were like, we've got to reserve all of our cash to put towards like loan loss provisions because of CRE and like and single family mortgages, like basically the real estate bust, right?
Yeah.
So that was just like a crazy, like uncertain time. But like I think I learned a lot from that, right? Just like observing the market. Because I remember being like, should I buy a home now? Like things are crazy, but I feel like I could buy a home and then flip it in a year for like 30% more. Like, and that was crazy to me. So like that lead up to that was, I remember that just being absolutely wild. And I remember as a loan officer, someone came to me and they tried to get me to originate a ninja loan, right? No income, no assets, or no job or assets type thing, right? Because other companies were doing that. And I'm like, I'm not freaking doing that for you. I'm like, you can't pay this back. I was like, what if the property doesn't go up? You know what I mean? So that was kind of just like a crazy time for me. But then I would guess on the flip side, experiencing the tail end of the 2020 crypto bull run, that was also the complete opposite. Like it was seeing the euphoria, and I'm kind of concerned, right? Like a little bit. It's kind of weird though, because the tail end of the last bull market, like everyone was just like, it's never gonna stop. We're at the super cycle, you know, and literally any play you made would make you money. And so everyone just thought they were geniuses, right? and but like I'm like seeing that already. Like I'm getting people, because the last cycle, it was at the tail end of the cycle where people were like, hey doc, like what's this crypto thing? Like I want to throw some money into, you know, Dogecoin or something. And I'm like, but that's happening now, right? Like people are reaching out to me now. And that's where I'm like,
people in the Web3 space, or people or newbies that are not in the Web3 space. Which group of people?
Newbies that are not in the Web3 space. Like I just had like a neighbor reach out to me, right? Like, and was like, hey, can you take me out to lunch? Like I want to buy some Bitcoin, and you know, can you explain this all to me and stuff? And I was just like, yeah, like that happened at the tail end of the last bull run. And so,
and you're saying that's happening now with the crypto newbie?
Correct. Right now, there's crypto newbies that are reaching out to me and being like, hey, what about this? What about this? So like that's, to me, I'm like, where are we at this in this cycle? I'm a bit confused because I look at like what's still to play out, right? Is a new administration that's gonna be way more crypto friendly. And then so like our country is gonna look into adopting, like be more crypto friendly. Like there's so much more to go forward that I struggle to be like, I don't feel like this is a top signal, right? I don't know. Yeah. Anyways, interesting times.
It is there. The reason I asked that is because over the last couple of days, we've had some pretty ridiculous news stories happen. You have, what's up, Bernie? You've had these South Korea declare martial law. You have like the Colombian airports pretty much doing like this slowdown, and they're like not accepting people, or it takes like 6 hours to get through the airport. You had the French government pretty much collapse today in a vote of no confidence. And like I think Uganda or somewhere in like South Africa, there's some weird plague that killed like a couple hundred people, and they're not sure what it is. And despite all of this, I feel like typically when you have a lot of this negative news out in the world in macro, it really doesn't usually go well for crypto. But crypto has had 400 billion in trading volume today, over $3.7 trillion market cap for all of it. And things have been pumping. So I'm not sure why. It reminds me of like 2020 Tesla during that V-shaped recovery, where they would have like bad news come out and the stock would still go up. Is it just time? Is it just the fact that I know the super cycle is like theoretical, but when you have rate cuts that are going to continue to happen through next year, you have a new administration, you have this market melt up that might happen because of trillions of dollars going into the market. regulatory rollbacks. If you have all this, is there anything that can stop it? Like if government's collapsing and all this stuff is going on and that's not affecting it negatively at all, can anything? Bring us back to earth, because right now it's like riding the gravy train. How do you guys interpret it?
Well, so I think it's still fairly early in the bull run. It's exciting to see this happen. This is what we've been waiting for, and a lot of people have gotten burnt out. They're holding tokens and they see it go cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. And that's what a bear market looks like. And then Bitcoin started going up, and then altcoins got even cheaper. Because what happens? Well, people sell what's massively red. They sell what's cheap to buy what's expensive. And it's the craziest idea ever. And yet 90% of people do it. They like, oh, I want to be where the action is. In other words, you want to be buying what just went 5x and selling what is down 99%. Yeah. That's called selling low and buying high, but okay, do what you want. I'm not your financial advisor. So they do that all the time, and that drives these altcoins down even more. But we've seen every single narrative across the crypto space, at least the major players in those, have gains the past 3 days. And it's crazy. This is what the bull run feels like, because this is what happens during a bull run. Now, does it go straight up from here? Not usually. Usually it takes off. There's some excitement. Maybe it even goes like, maybe some more things go like 5 or 6x from here. And then it has a cool off period as a bunch of people take profits and they're just like, oh my gosh. And then, you know, people are telling their friends, I made 5x on this. I made 6x on this. And they're like, what? And then the dog pile resumes into crypto of people buying a high, hoping it goes higher. And that's when prices go a lot higher. So if you think it's going to run like this for forever, it usually doesn't. But we've never seen a crypto-friendly president come in. And that's, like you said, it's going to put pressure on other leaders to then decide if they're going to be buying Bitcoin. Because if the U.S. comes in and takes a major stake in Bitcoin, you can bet that other leaders are going to follow. They're going to have to. And they're going to be taking positions on Bitcoin. That's going to drive Bitcoin up massively. And then that's going to cause a cascade, like an overboom throughout next year. So I expect this month is going to be good. I mean, I've been expecting November and December to be good. And then probably it pulls back right near the end of December for a few months and has a cooling off period. And then probably we're ready to run again. But we'll see how it plays out. Maybe it barely takes any pauses as it runs up. I don't know. Like myself and most of my audience, we've been accumulating when things are super cheap. So this is the fun part, right? This is the part we've all been waiting for. Is it riskier to buy here? Yes, I still think a ton of things are cheaper. And I talked a lot about that today, that there's still a ton of things that are very, very, very cheap. But not as many, because a lot of the projects with great projects, great founders have gone 4 or 5 or 6x. And when you miss the first 4 or 5 or 6x, you miss out on some big gains. Because even if they go another 20x from here, and say something went 5x already, and it goes another 20x from here, that's amazing. You got 20x gains. But those people who bought early got 100x gains. The amount that they made versus you is considerable. And this is why it's important to stick around in the bear market and dollar cost in the bear market. Doesn't mean it's not a good time now. It's still an okay time to buy. It's still early. Cool. I don't know. Is it going to continue running up all this month? My guess is the odds are yes, but I don't know how to actually play out. And then I think before the peak, price will be a lot higher than they are now. And then take profits and then stick around the following bear market, because I think we might have a super cycle this market. Guess what? If that's right and we have a super cycle, there's going to be an overbust, because the pendulum, when it swings too far one way, it swings too far the other way.
If we do, I'm going to kiss you. I'm not going to say either of us are going to like it. I'm just saying I'm going to kiss you.
I'm going to put a hot girl between us, so you end up kissing her. I'll just be like, I'll probably have a bunch of volunteers. You know, all these girls will be like, pick me, put me between you two.
That'd be great, an Omi kissing booth. Sorry, Go ahead, Doc. What are you saying?
No, so I want, Rain, what's your definition of a super cycle?
So if Bitcoin breaks over 180 to 185,000, then it's probably going to go a lot higher than that, and that would be a super cycle. What it looks like for the altcoins is probably about 4x over what they otherwise would have done.
I see. So super cycle is not length of time of it, but it's more just like the price of Bitcoin, because then that everything else it's a cascading effect from there. Okay.
So 2 weeks ago, when we were in Vegas, me and Taps had a lengthy discussion just about markets in general, and what he said makes sense. Hey, remember last time when Kathy Wood and everyone was talking about $100,000 Bitcoin and it only went to 69? Everyone comment nice down below with 69. And he gave multiple examples like that. And then he said, well, everyone now, and again, this is a couple of weeks ago, is talking about Bitcoin going like 150 to 250. So maybe it only goes to 135, and maybe we don't top out in Q3, maybe we top out in Q1. And I thought, okay, that makes sense. But then Charles Hoskinson this past week, and nobody's corrected me on this, I've mentioned this a couple times, but to my knowledge, he has never given out a Bitcoin price prediction up until this past week. And then this past week, he said he believes that it could go anywhere between $250,000 and $500,000 per Bitcoin in the next 2 years. Now, if there's anyone that is, again, we could all assume things just based on little drops of data and nuggets given to us, like Trump and his team are going to go and they're going to put in that Bitcoin reserve. You have Mara that's doing that as well. You have all these other countries and companies that are taking a page out of Michael Saylor's book and doing that. So maybe because he has some inside info, or at least some insight in the president's ear, he can kind of know for sure what's coming. But if he's calling for if he's never done that before, and he's, I don't want to say risking reputation, because there's obviously a lot of other stuff that he has. If that happens, I mean, and I promise, guys, we'll get to OMI in a bit. We have a lot to go through here. What does that mean for alts? Is that something that he's saying just to drum up kind of news and hype around the tokens, or is that something that he actually believes?
Definitely something he believes. I don't think I've seen him say something he doesn't fundamentally believe. And I followed Charles Hoskinson pretty closely over the past 7 years. Not as much the last year and a half, because I'm no longer a big holder of ADA, because it's just solidly in the blue chip category. Doesn't mean it couldn't do like 20 or 30x from the bottom of what it hit this run. But I was mostly looking for things I thought could do 50, 100, 100x plus. And so I diversified mostly out of my Cardano, but still fundamentally believe in the project. I did get a little bit worried they weren't having a lot of new people building on it, but because of his connections in the future of crypto, I think Cardano is going to do just fine. Charles Hoskinson's really smart. I think he's right. I do think we do have a super cycle. It breaks above Bitcoin breaks above 180 to 185,000. I think it goes between 250,000 to 600,000. Why? Sometimes the pendulum swings too far each way. And last time it really got held back by Sam Bankman-Fried and the Biden administration, playing some shenanigans to hold Bitcoin's price back. So they suppressed it some. I think it should have gone to about 90 to 120,000, and it didn't. Okay, well, it went to 74,000 at the top or something. I think this time it goes much higher.
So you think, what was that? What was the range?
Charles Hoskinson says 250 to 500. Sorry, go ahead, Rain.
No, and Rain said the same.
600, he said.
To 600.
250 to 600,000. I don't see that.
What do you see? What do your L5 see, like a loss?
I mean,
Lord of the Rings reference.
I just think, man, the amount of adoption, and I guess, I'm
in a video.
Yeah, I guess I don't know. I don't know if how long it's gonna last. Look, would I love that? Absolutely. But so I guess we'll see there. I think that there would have to be a lot of things, because if you think about it, like, there's been billions and billions of dollars pouring into this space, right, to get us to where we're at now. There's gonna have to be hundreds of billions of dollars, and there absolutely could be, right, if you get countries involved, right, and if you get, and so I've talked about that too. So is it a possibility? It's not out of the realm of possibility. I'll say that. That would be epic. I'll just leave it at that. But I guess I just don't know on this, where it could go. But do I do I think so? One of my buddies, this was like over like a year and a half ago, right? Talked him into buying Bitcoin, and he ended up finally purchasing it at about 25K, and he didn't even tell me that he did it until like October of this year. So even like a year having purchased it, and then so then he told me, and I'm like, oh man, that's crazy. So he was up pretty good at the time, and he's like, where do you think it's going? And I'm like, well, I'm like, I think that it's going to go to about 100K, but right before it hits 100K, I think that is a big mental block for people, and there's going to be a lot of people who are going to take profits at that. So then there's going to be some consolidation, and it'll drop down. I'm like, I don't know how far that consolidation is, and then it'll pump, and then at some point we're going to cross that 100,000. And once we do that, like, we don't know where that can go, right? And that's where
discovery.
Look, you just had, I don't know if you guys saw this, but Chair Powell actually called Bitcoin digital gold.
Recently?
Yes. The Fed chair. Now, he was like, it's risky, like it's not being used as money. So like it was kind of like he tried to throw like a bearish taint on it, but then also was like it's like this digital gold. I was like, the Fed chairman just said that. Like everything, the mindsets of people are changing, right? And so again, if you get world leaders into that, and then you get all of these other like investment firms that are now really talking to their investors, and everyone is like, I want Bitcoin as a part of my 401k. And that's what my neighbor was reaching out to me to talk more about. How do I get Bitcoin to be a part of my 401k? And that's where things get really interesting, because one of the things of the reasons that in general the stock market has continued to go up over time, right, is because as the population has grown and people are investing in their retirement and they're putting money, they're purchasing stocks and they're not selling. Regardless of what happens, it's the long-term hold. And once you get that with Bitcoin, it could get crazy. It could get really, really crazy. So those are my thoughts.
There's to counteract your point, and I think this might be because you're a little bit older, smarter, and just have that mature social circle than I do. Maybe that's why you've had other people come up to you and say like, hey, tell me about this Bitcoin. Maybe because, your social circle will be a bit earlier than mine was. Because I asked a group, and now granted, this is probably an immature group on Facebook. It's called the group where we ask each other ridiculously personal questions. 120,000 followers on that. And I made a post say like, hey, I'm a YouTuber that specializes in crypto and NFTs, ask me anything. And a good 20% of those people are just like, how's it feel to be a scammer? And like anybody that matters will never love you. And it's like, oh my God. So like you had, yeah, dude, you had like wild things going on there. And you did have like 10% of people that were just like, hey, and there was like the popular cryptos. It's like when people like ask you if you like anime, and then, well, if you like, My Hero Academia and Attack on Titan, oh, you like mainstream anime. You don't like Yuri on Ice. You don't like Fruits Basket. You don't like any of these things. So it's like kind of the mainstream ones, like Doge and Bitcoin, ETH and all that. But and some people were indifferent. They didn't really care. But a good 50% of the people, and there were hundreds of comments on this that had said, hey, I've heard about this. I hear it on like the news, or I know someone that's in it, but I don't really get it. And they were curious, and they didn't really feel one way or the other about it. So that to me tells me that retail is really not in yet. And I mean, we're at like crazy all-time highs, like 1.3, 1.4x that we were last time. I don't know what it has to take in order for retail to get in. Does Bitcoin have to go to 150 first? Because I mean, when they get in, it tends to fly. And then you have the bankers and the people that run these ETFs and run these hedge funds and I don't know this for sure, but I know that the margins on T-bills and the margins on stocks, bonds, whatever, they're probably pretty small. And then the margins on getting them into crypto, they're probably a bit fatter. And if I were one of these hedge funds, one of these like financial advisors, I would 100% get them into crypto, because even if the fees are the same, let's say it's like 2 and 20, 2% upfront, 20% of the profit, that they charge, whatever it is, you're going to make a heck of a lot more on the profits of crypto than you are on whether it's a CD, it's a T-bill, whatever. And you're probably going to push that if I were them. So I don't know if these are going to, and I promise, guys, we'll get into OMI soon. That's all I see. Joseph, after bridging ETH to Base, then swap for OMI on MetaMask, says no option to bridge OMI from Base ETH to mainnet. Should we put OMI on AVAX chain? I don't know what Stacker is going to do. Do you guys have an answer for this? I don't. Well, there's already 4 times OMI.
But there is a bridge from Base, like OMI Base to ETH mainnet. And I know that Stacker, I believe that Stacker already has one, and they've made it so that it's faster, because to like bridge back to ETH from Base, like with like any token, it's like 7 days or something kind of crazy. Yeah. But I think that Stacker has set something up where there's that bridge now, and basically they're handling that lag, right? They'll send it to you, and then like they just get it back. So yeah, you're gonna chosen. Look at some of Stacker's posts, because I believe that there's a bridge for OMI on Base to ETH Base. I'm like 95% positive on it.
Sweet.
But there is no OMI on AVAX, but so that's, I feel like there was 2 different topics, but yeah, there's no
well,
OMI
he's saying
on
because
AVAX.
He doesn't see a bridge. He said, should VeVe put OMI on AVAX chain, because he says there's no bridge, but I think there is. You gave an example. I think Stacker has it. I think even on Coinbase Wallet, you could bridge that, because my friend Reagan did that. Rain knows Reagan. He bridged it he swapped it from ETH OMI to Base OMI, and it was like a significant amount. It was like $10,000 worth at the time. It's now worth quite a bit more, but so I think there is. So I maybe don't do it on MetaMask. Maybe do it on Coinbase Wallet. I don't know what MetaMask has. I typically don't use it. But yeah. Randy, got anything to add on that, or shall we move on?
Chosen, I like the muscles, brother. The shoulders were freaking huge.
Built, bro.
Good job. That's some time at the gym. Can appreciate that. Look, so the biggest thing that I'd like to see is OMI on Coinbase directly. That would make it much easier for regular people to come in and buy easily. It's easier to get now than it was 4 years ago, and 4 years ago it still went 3,000x. Would I like to see it get even easier? Yeah, and they're working on that. So I would love to see you be able to buy it directly on Stacker. That would be amazing.
So there is a couple of reasons, probably many reasons for this pump. You have OMI on a couple of new exchanges. It's on TRIV, and then it is also on Aerodrome. And these ones are very, very small. There's maybe a couple thousand in them. So I don't, for volume over the last 24 hours, I don't think that's the reason for it. But there's other things as well. You have Akomi being insanely more active over on X over the last couple of days. You have the VeVeverse demo that had come up. You have some leaked messages from the Fudders groups, which apparently some of us are major points of conversation in those groups. And even those people are saying that by Q1, and I don't know if they're basing this on any particular data point. It's like in 2010, 2011, where they're like, oh, we're not basing this bailout on any particular data point. We just wanted to come up with a really, really big number. I feel like this is them just saying, oh, Q1, and they're just guessing on when OMI will run, but the Fudders are saying that themselves. You have other channels like Cavell Anderson that are pumping it up. You have Ben Rose, which is obviously who is incentivized to grow the app. And one of the ways to grow the app is by getting exchanges, is by getting focus on the OMI token, because that's how a lot of us found the project in general, was through the OMI token. What do you guys go and see that is a major reason for us pumping? Give us your insights, because I am hella curious.
I think it has to do with every narrative across the space. We looked at this earlier with Paula, or we looked at like 6 different narratives. The major player in those narratives ran up in the last 3 days. And so Flow, look at Flow's chart. Flow's chart went up. And so now Flow's the big dog in the digital collectibles as far as their token. At least for now, that might not always be the case. But let me present this. I'll share my screen. You know, I believe in Flow as well.
Same.
But you know, it's been way down. Oh my gosh, Flow is dead is what people that don't know what they're talking about have been saying. Just like Omi is dead, and Flow went from 45 cents to $1.20 just really since the 8th. So it's the 8th of last month. So it's been going up like crazy. And so if we look at the last month, check that out. It's been absolutely taking off and going like crazy. Well, people who are smart with lots of money see this and they're like, oh, okay, Flow's gotten a lot more expensive. That money is, some of that is going to flow. Some of that price action is going to flow into Omi. Look, does Flow have more substance than Omi does? Well, Flow has NBA Top Shots, NFL All Day, UFC Strike, the Disney Pinnacle things. I think Omi has a chance to outperform Flow for total market cap, which means from here, like Flow's market cap is 1.8 billion. Omi's is 1/18th of that. So, well, it was, then it ran up a whole bunch more today, but let's look at Omi's where it's at, because it was 1/18th of it earlier today. And then, gosh, it just kept running. So now it's at $116 million market cap. Omi is. Earlier today, it was at $100 million market cap. So it's gone an extra 15% from that after already climbing some. So, yeah, like it's still really cheap. And so it's about 1/15th of where Flow's market cap is presently. And a lot of the tokens are in circulation. I think Hikomi's set up really well. I think all the fudders and stuff, a lot of them aren't going to learn a lesson from that, because a lot of people don't take any responsibility for things, so they don't therefore learn lessons from it. But some people will, and they'll be like, oh my gosh, I ended up selling Omi at the lows and telling everyone to sell Omi at the lows and fudding this and da-da-da, and I was so wrong. And that's cool. Like, you know, in life, we often get things wrong. It's not about not making mistakes. That's impossible. It's the bigger question is, do we learn from those mistakes? Yeah. You know, there's amazing opportunity to make incredible life-changing gains in crypto if you're doing the right things. But understand that 89% of people do it all wrong in crypto, and they don't make meaningful gains at all. And many of that 89% lose massive money. About 5 or 6% do okay, they make some good money. They make 4, 5, 6x, 8x, 10x. They're happy. The remaining 5% makes like 20 to 200x. Well, what is it that remaining 5% does versus everyone else? Well, they literally do the opposite. They buy low and sell high. And as easy as that sounds, it's really hard to buy when things are savagely undervalued and everyone wants to jump on you when prices are really low, saying it's going to go down forever and it's a dead token. But that is what buying low looks like, and that's what it feels like. And so the last 6 months has been an amazing price channel for Omi. Incredible. And that's what buying low looks like and feels like. And the people who fudded it are going to see that they were just wrong and they didn't know what they were talking about.
There is one more thing that I didn't bring up that could potentially be a possibility for this, is that J-Dog, also 11/7 Productions, this is Omi is my homie channel. So I don't know if we'll do, because if everybody super chats us what they want to pump, we'll be here forever. So we don't want to do that. But I will, for this one time, being like, I will check that out on my own channel later at another time. But yeah. Anyway, J-Dog says, I just bought another million Omi on base for the first time ever, and it was directly linked to my in real life bank account. I didn't have to transfer it from Coinbase, ETH, or other crypto on Coinbase wallet. One push and it was done. And then you have VeVe Viral go and says, I tried it. It literally works with Apple Pay, just like buying gems. So this does come from an announcement we had from Apple and Coinbase saying that they had a They had an agreement saying that you can buy crypto with Apple Pay, and obviously because Coinbase Wallet is just an extension of Coinbase, I guess they have it for supposedly all of Coinbase Wallet or anything that's on there. And because it's an aggregator for every, you can buy anything on there. You can buy meme coins, you can buy whatever you want. Is that a reason for us to go boom? I mean, most of the volume has been on OKX and on MEXC, yeah. But I'm sorry.
I don't think that's what's causing the pump, because I don't think that most people know about that, right? But what it is, right, and all we continue to look for is more accessibility of the token. And here's my thing, right? OMI might drop a little bit, like, again, right? Like I was thinking of that meme. I don't know if you see that like little gif, right, of the soccer coach where like they score a goal, right? And he's like, yeah. And then he runs back. He's like, whoa, calm down. You know, like things aren't, we still got to wait to see how things play out, right? Like, it's one of my favorite gifs. And that's like, I almost posted that today where it's like, I feel like most of the OMI homies are like that, where we're like, yes, but wait, because we've seen this before. Now, we haven't seen this big of a pump before, right? Like I think we've seen like 20% or something. So this large of a jump that quickly, and with the sentiment where it's at, like in the overall crypto market, I don't see it retracing substantially, like right back to where it was before. Like I don't see that, right? So there's that first thing. But here's my thing. So I used to be in this Telegram group, right, of crypto traders doing technical analysis, and basically they're like, OMI's a dead token. It's a dead token. This is just a dead cat bounce. All of these things. And I basically was like, I'm like, how can you even say that? You yourselves have said that unless there's significant trading volume, you can't even perform good technical analysis on a token. So if the volume is low, and yet you're saying it's a dead token, or that this is a dead cat, like you're contradicting yourself, right? And like I got kicked out, right, of the channel, and I was like, okay, like whatever, right? But remember that, like, I talked about the gene token that's now the genome token, and how the volume was dead, and then it hits this narrative and it just goes bananas, right? And this is what Rain and I like Randy, like we talk about this so much, that buying low. Look, I don't know if you guys just saw the tweet yesterday, right, from the Modern Investor that's like, hey, Comey, what the heck is going on? I've got some massive whales who are about to dump the token, because like, when are we getting new exchanges, like, these new exchanges and stuff? And really what those people are saying is, we want the token to pump. We're seeing all of this other stuff pump, and all OMI's done is gone down, and we're getting frustrated, and we're going to dump. But new exchanges are the answer, because that's going to pump the price of the token, right? And to them, I say, you don't understand crypto fully then. Like, look, in general, exchanges will pump the token, but it's the narrative that has so much more impact on price than anything. And so I do see some whales looking at things and saying, what are the potential narratives here? And I have to load up at these prices so that if that runs, right, like I'm going to make those, instead of 5x gains, right, I'm going to be making the 20x, the 50x, the 100x gains. So that's what I'm thinking that this pump is from people who are like, OMI's a big player in the digital collectives narrative. We've seen NFTs pump, and this could absolutely do that. And so they're throwing some cash at it.
One of the ways that Comey had answered that yesterday. So I also, when he goes on and says that he has some what's called high-end investors, meaning they're probably worth at least 7 figures, probably I would say 8, maybe even some 9 figures. Some might even have crossed that $1 billion threshold. And I feel like some of those people, maybe they put $500,000 or $250,000 into the token, and maybe they put it in that a few years ago, or maybe it's not worth nearly as much now. Maybe they did it recently. I'm not sure. But I don't know if just because they have, 8 figures in the bank, or maybe they earmarked $7 or $8 million, 7 figures for crypto. I don't know how much, if they have billions of tokens that they're ready to dump. If they do, I told them, I was like, hey, if you have anyone that's seriously looking to go and sell, let me know. I have 1 or 2 guys that are ready to buy.
Did he respond to you on that?
He did not. So maybe he asked them, and maybe they said like, well, let's give them a minute, let's let them cook. Because the Comey did respond, and they said exchanges as a form of accessibility are a priority for our team. With BitGet and MEXC listings earlier this year and our move to Base, which will act as the primary layer of utility for OMI moving forward, we will continue to work on new ways for the user to acquire the token. Now, we do have a message from Dr. Profit saying that you are going to have a one-click buy with OMI with credit card, I guess the same way they have on Coinbase Wallet. Granted, the liquidity on Coinbase Wallet, because it's an aggregator for Uniswap, is very small. Maybe Dr. Profit adds a little bit more liquidity. But that's one way, and obviously exchanges are another. I don't know if they're going to want to wait for Stacker to roll out fully. Hopefully we get that in the next couple of months. But the fact that the Comey had responded to that, they made another post on their own. They were just pretty active. I thought it was a pretty good sign. And again, he's been pretty quiet since then. Again, not calling him a fudder or anything. Maybe he's just relaying that back to his whales.
I don't think he's a fudder.
Yeah, no.
He's a fudder at all.
I mean, he holds OMI. He buys comics all the time.
Yeah.
That's often what happens, because what happens is people get impatient, right? Part of their portfolio, they see certain things take off, like XRP taking off, and it's almost like, oh my gosh, what's going on with my token I'm holding here? I have a major position and they aren't doing anything. What they're really expressing is, oh my gosh, other things are running. Why isn't this running? Mm-hmm. And the temptation is sell low to buy what's high. It's crazy how people do that, but they do that. So it's like XRP's up 5x and people are like, oh my gosh, I'm going to sell my OMI for XRP. And it's like, yeah, cool. Sell low to buy high. Touch that hot stove. Like maybe it doesn't burn you, but it often does. And this is why most people don't make as much in the bull run. This is part, like they might even put themselves as part of the 89% that is terrible making those kind of moves. Because maybe XRP cools off for a little bit in the short term, and then they're like, oh no, and then they sell it to buy OMI back after OMI's 6 or 7x from there. They're just making the wrong moves at the wrong time, right? So OMI's a great buy and been a great buy at the prices it's been at, even at today's price. Terrible time to sell, but some people will make that decision. They'll want to sell it and roll it into something else that just went 5x.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. There's a scenario in which, let's say, have a windfall, I get a little bit of money. OMI could do, I mean, now it's like 427, but even if OMI does like a 3 or 4x from here and it's under 0002 and I get some money, I still don't mind buying at that price. Girl, hi. Meow.
What up?
Let's get a date for you to get on the podcast. Yes, good time.
Yeah. Well, I'll get you a date next week. I've got to get through this week in my gala on Friday. It's been crazy. So.
She's got everything that she's planning for.
Like 200 people. I'm getting installed as president. It's a big deal.
Epic. Can't wait to go over that. That'll be fun.
Yeah. Are you guys recording?
Yes, we are. We are live.
Yes. So there's a thoughts on Paul Atkins nominated the SEC chief. I don't know how much the SEC is going to matter. One, if Paul even takes that job. And two, because Trump is going to go, it looks like he's going to go and give the power of crypto to the CFTC. So I'm not sure how much power the SEC will have over crypto if he gives that power to the CFTC. Doc, what are your thoughts? Because it seems like you had a wild reaction to that.
Well, yeah, like we'll see, right? Like government agencies can still be a freaking pain, man. Like I'll just put it that way, right? Mm-hmm. So I do think it matters because they could push back, like, and really Congress needs to make some laws like that. That's what really needs to happen, right? So Trump can say that, like, he can select certain heads of these agencies, which then makes it more than likely, right, that they're gonna play nice, like the way that Trump believes things should go, right? So yeah, we'll see. But like I will say that like one of the chairs of the CFTC, they were on a podcast called Bankless, and awesome. Like I mean, she was really pragmatic about crypto, and I think that's what we're just looking for, right? Is someone who's reasonable, and because we also need some guardrails, like we do, and to protect some people. Shoot, like even about freaking token raises, Like Rain and I are in VCs, and like I'm so freaking sick of like my vesting terms being changed like the day before a TGE. That people need to be held accountable for stuff like that, right? It needs to be a lot easier to freaking sue those clowns for breach of contract and stuff like that. That's just one example. But so I would say that it still matters. And so that pick is, and that's why if it didn't matter, he wouldn't even have to gone over Gensler, right? He'd just be like, CFTC, you're in charge. Who cares? Now, Gensler, but it does matter to a certain extent. So.
Yeah, hopefully it points a really, really pro crypto person, the SEC, and also hopefully the CFTC is really pro crypto. Maybe they even play some little games. The Obama administration, the Biden administration did this sneaky thing so that they could get executive law put in, essentially bypassing Congress. And what they would do is they would have like some liberal organization sue, and the Department of Justice would then go in and make an agreement with them and say, okay, we're going to agree to all your terms here, and therefore that became the new rule, right? It's a little shenanigan. Imagine he pointed somebody pro-crypto, and the SEC came in, and then some crypto organization sued them and said, we want nothing to be a security whatsoever. And the new SEC comes in, says, okay, we'll settle with you, and we'll agree to that. Not that they would go that far, but that is just an example of a little game that sometimes the executive branch plays. I think Trump is going to use power this time. He really didn't last time he was president. He used some, and he pushed through a wall, even though like 25 to 35% of his own party wasn't helping him do it. And all of the Democrats were against it. And he still got a whole bunch of stuff done, even though he was hamstrung by a whole bunch of, I would call them deep state, big government Republicans trying to get in his way too. He got a bunch done, but he was new to Washington last time. He's not new to Washington this time. I think he's coming prepared.
There's a, I guess, a moral thing that maybe I'm struggling with, but I want to get your guys' opinion on. In an episode of Gilmore Girls where Rory is working for the DAR, the Daughters of American Revolution, she puts up a charity fundraiser for the troops, and she goes on and she leaves the table open for in case anybody wants to come in last minute, and this way they have a table for them. And she does. It happens to be with a woman that she doesn't like, that she has issues with, but it wasn't personal. It's business. It's for the troops. She went and done that. Ira Blue says, I have been very negative about Omi, but now I'm prepared to eat my words. So I just had to come buy some Omi just in case it does start to pump. 40 million should do it. So shout out to Ira Blues for going and doing that. No, obviously Ira Blues is still on this channel. You know, he's not blocked by any of us. I don't think. So my question is that there are, bring this back again. There was the CEO of United Healthcare today that was brutally unalived in broad daylight, gunned down, and I was like, oh damn, that's rough. Anytime you see someone die, I didn't know who he was. I still don't really know. But the comments that I've seen on TikTok and Facebook have been anywhere from just like, all right, no remorse from you, to, oh my God, that is awful. You are siding with random violence and a gunman. And my question is like, how do we, are we getting disconnected as people? How do we, as people that we have like platforms that we can go and talk to people on? How do we go and handle like that power? And then what do we do with the previous butters that have literally called us like scum, telling us like unalive ourselves, telling us that the team is like scammers and rug pullers and that we're clowns and pieces of shit? Do we go and say, hey, you know what? Jesus wants us to forgive, bygones be bygones, or just like, I'm never going to forget what you said and did, and that's not okay, and we have to draw a line in the sand? How do we go and handle that as people, as influencers? Because I have no idea.
Well, part of the problem is the anonymity that the internet provides, right? So some people say some things that they'd never really say in real life, like the comments related to that video, right? Which is kind of like the extreme example of like people being really uncouth about like real life things. The fudders, like, we didn't block anyone for not believing Omi had a future. We blocked people for being super toxic and calling names, which, look, hey, if you have an opinion and you can articulate it well without calling names, cool. We didn't block you. If if you come in here and you start calling everyone scammers and blah, 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 and you call somebody a scammer, you better have some substance behind it. That's not what they had. They're just like, Omi's been going down, you therefore are scammers, therefore you all lied, blah, 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 blah. And nobody has time for that. That's not an articulated argument. That is just name calling. And this isn't the space for that. If you want that, go to kindergarten. Kindergarten's great for that. This is a financial education. Like, we're just talking about financial matters here. This isn't a place for running around calling people names without at least substantiating it. And there's no substance behind it. Like Omi, it's an early stage business investment in a token associated with a company. It has risks. It could fail from here. Now, I personally think the chances that fail from here are extremely low. And that's why I bet massively on the Omi token. That's why we created this Omi is my homie specific video that we do every week, because we believe Omi is the potential upside is huge. And we feel like the risk is much lower than most people realize. But that's like, we're playing the market. We're putting our own money on the line and explaining why. So this isn't a place for name calling, and we have no time for those that come in and behave like that. Are we going to let them back in? I don't know. Like, I guess if they reached out and they apologize and they're like, hey, cool, yeah, we'd give them another shot. Sure, people make mistakes. I don't think they will. I think they would rather just disappear and move on to other things. And a lot of those people that have that type of mentality, they live in their mom's basement and they've done nothing in their lives, because people who have done something in their lives, they don't argue like that. They actually lay out articulated arguments as to why they believe things, and they don't need to name call. That's like kindergarten behavior. And sometimes you see kindergarten behavior from 30-year-olds. Just is what it is.
What about you, Doc?
I mean, there's a threshold for me. Once you reach that threshold, it's scorched earth. Like, we're done. And there's one influencer who's breached that threshold, right? I won't name him, but like, man, like if all this happens, you better believe I'm gonna freaking throw it down. Like, so much shade on that clown. Like, and this is because there's been multiple unprovoked personal attacks against me, against you, Rain and Randy, and like multiple other people. And it's just like, no. So yeah, like in general, I say forgive and forget. And honestly, almost like I can't think of another person that if they reached out and they were like, hey, yo, I was emotional, like things went down, like whatever, right? And then they did like a sincere apology. I unblock pretty much everyone except for this one individual, because they're just a bad person. Just at their core, like I can't see anything good about this person. So that's just me. But in general, 99.99% of everyone else, if they're like, yo, man, listen, like in the heat of things, like I said things that I regret, I'm like, cool. We're cool, bro. Right. So That's my take.
There's I guess two things I want to bring up. There's a episode in the show Recess where Miss Finster is talking to Principal Prickly about TJ Detweiler and be like, what if instead of like punishing him, we try to turn him? You remember how Menlo was? And Menlo was like this huge problem child. What bothers him all comes out. Sorry, that's Eminem. But you know what I mean? And then he became like this desk jockey. He became like this tattletale. And then it's like, oh, if we can, instead of just punish TJ and we just turn him, to an ally, then, he'd be much better for everyone. And in the same breath, there's a movie called I Care a Lot. And if anyone's seen it or hasn't seen it, spoilers for the next 30 seconds. There's these like two people that like go to war. And at the end of it, they come to kind of an understanding, be like, hey, I could pay you off and you can do your thing. We leave each other alone. Or we could partner together. And then the lady's like, are you shitting me? And Peter Dinklage is such a badass. He's just like, no, if we make each other rich, the trust will come. And I feel like there is a chance for a lot of people to be like, hey, I'm sorry for what I did. I'm sorry for all the things I said about you while you weren't there. And now let's just win together. I feel like there is that opportunity for a good amount of people. But then obviously you have that thing where okay, you might say this, but what happens when things turn bad again? Because I've seen you when things turn bad, and that's not good. You don't act well. Like, it's that old saying, in when we're in positives and in good times, our friends know us, but in bad times we know our friends. So I'm going to have a little bit of hard time doing that there. Bill Gardner says M'Baku forever, 100%. Love M'Baku. That is I have like 30 of him. Great character. Great time. Anyway, moving on here. I'm sorry, I know we've been going 55 minutes and there's a ton of stuff to go over. I mentioned VeVeverse before, but it was in passing of just one of the things I could possibly make Omi pump. But did you guys see the VeVeverse demo that has come out recently?
Yes.
What did y'all think of it?
So I covered that yesterday, right? And shout out to you, Randy. That was so cool to get that Randy raid. Dude, I was like, yo, what just happened? Like people watching the channel just shot up dramatically. And then everyone's like, yeah, Randy raid here. And I was like, oh, shout out to that. But I showed some of the. So Rain, I don't know if you've seen this, but what happened is it was Ben Rose and Dan and
Mr. Falcon.
Mr. Falcon. And it was Mr. Falcon showing some of the different like spaces that he had built in the VeVeverse and like a walkthrough and is talking through it. Man, it looked so cool. And there's some comments. Some people were like, listen, like it's too complicated. No one's going to be in there spending that time, you know? And I said, I think that there will be a contingent of people, right? That they're just like, this isn't my thing. But I'm like, do you know how many people spend so much time in Minecraft building things, right? And they've got to build just like blocks and stuff, right? Like they don't have the characters, right? So you can do like you know, Hogwarts or something like that in Minecraft, and it's awesome, right? But like you don't get Harry Potter in there. But like you can build the X Mansion, you can build the Bat Cave, and you can legit have your collectibles, like the licensed IP in that stuff. I guarantee you there will be people who will absolutely be spending hours every day building in that thing, right? And then if you are able to purchase certain different non-IP items with Omi to help in that building process, and then also that can be burned, like that's guys, like that's a crazy use case. Now you got to get some big adoption in that, but like stepping back to like what Mr. Falcon had built, it was so fun to hear some of the things like he talked about. And my favorite scene that he had built was like, I don't know if you guys ever saw Rear Window, right? It was an Alfred Hitchcock movie, but like it's awesome. Like Alfred Hitchcock's movies are so awesome. But anyways, it's this person who's just looking out the rear window and they see like a crime committed, or they think they see the crime committed, and like it's all this stuff, right? But they're like bedridden and they can't do anything. And anyways, so he kind of has that where Batman is looking out this one window, and it just was so cool. And there was a lot of really positive comments of being like, look, the collectibles look really, really good. There was some concern about how complex it might be to build some of these things. And like, I think as they come out and they're able to put additional items, and that's where they can put maybe some more items, that it's like, instead of having to build this yourself, you can buy these shelves, you can buy these types of things using Omi instead of having to do that. And there will be people who are like, I do not want to take the time to build these, so I'll just buy these things, right? Like, and they can make them cheap. So anyways, it looked really, really good. For you guys who haven't checked it out, definitely watch that video. It's really exciting.
Dino Dragon says fundraisers need rewarded it now or never. I'm not 100% sure what that means, so I'm going to take offense. No, I'm joking. I just don't know what that means. So if Dino, you can go and re-explain that, that'd be great. Mr. MC1 says, please look at my post on 14 November, and he goes off and he says, added 9 million Omi. Cheers. I believe in Omi, OUP, Omi to NFT, Akomi, Dr. Profit, and Stacker World. And then he's got Mickey Mouse's Steamboat Willie over there that he had posted. And I guess that was pretty much the bottom. Have y'all added at the bottom? Or is that something that you are, are you guys still buying now? Or is it like, it pumped a lot, don't really need to?
This price is still amazing. I've been hoping that it stays low because I don't like to sell low to buy low. And so a lot of the stuff I'm in are in higher risk narratives, and they tend to run later. There's this interesting thing happening right now that like the whole of each narrative, as we looked at earlier today. So you had like Curve from the DeFi space going crazy. You had Sandbox from metaverses going crazy. And each of the big players in these different narratives really popping off the last few days. Even Flow over the last month has gone crazy. And I'm like, dang it, I don't want all the narratives to run at once because sure, I have 240 million OMI, but I'd like to have a whole lot more. And, I was hoping to have a different letter in how many OMI I had, but we'll see if it plays out. It's still an amazing price at this price. Anything below 0.01 is incredible. Absolutely incredible. So it's been at a ridiculously low price. It's still at a ridiculously low price.
Agreed. Obviously not financial advice. People talking about the Jesus coin. Shout out to everyone here. That's been all nearly 500 of y'all that have been here. There have been, so we have mostly the volume has been on OKX today. There's 1.2 million volume there. Then next is MEXC at $750,000. Now we've run up 30-something%. Typically we have about 500,000, give or take, in volume, and now we have 3.7 million. So you add 3 million in volume, and we go up 30%. What happens when we get on major exchanges and we don't just add 3 million in volume, but we add 100 million in volume? Do we go up 100? Do we go up 10x from there? What do you guys go and see? How do you go and interpret that? How do you interpret volume and the ratio to that?
I got nothing, man. I haven't analyzed that. I just know that, I don't have a solid answer. Like I would think though that in general, it's definitely not a 1-for-1, right?
Yeah.
But like I think it's bigger than a 1-for-1 typically, right? Like because what happens is, as I'm trying to like walk through this in my mind, but like let's say you have a $10 million market cap on something, and you buy $10,000 worth of it, right? The market cap, and especially if there's like volume is going to matter on that too, right? If there's a lot of people who are not selling, you're going to pump the price pretty significantly with just that $10,000. Whereas if there's a ton of people who are trying to sell and there's more sells than buys, so like there's just so much that plays into that. But like, yeah, so like if the market cap goes up, like, I don't know. I don't know how to answer that, I guess. I'd need to really look at the numbers and lay that out. But
it's definitely not a 1-for-1. And as those exchanges come up, like part of the reason it goes up so much with that volume is that the liquidity amount there is so low. So when we have that much coming in and the liquidity is there, it bids up the price quickly. If you have a lot more exchanges and there's more liquidity there, it takes a whole lot more movement, a whole lot more volume to move it up respectively. It also has to do with how many buyers versus sellers. So there was so much that changed hands, but the buyers massively outweighed the sellers. So we could have that much volume and have the price do nothing if as many sellers are coming in as buyers. So it just had to do that the buyers exceeded the sellers by a lot, and that's why it went up so much.
Also, we have I guess not really an update, but just some news here. There was a couple of people that said they were not able to use Apple Pay with Coinbase Wallet. And then somebody had mentioned, oh, what if there's a new update? And I do remember yesterday there was a new update on Coinbase Wallet. So that was probably it. If it's not working, that might be one of the things that you can try. And if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. So excited for VeVeverse. I'd like to start a space where everyone has access to come and build. I think the home space is being slept on. They can turn community-built metaverse. So speaking of community-built metaverses, we have, I think it's Open World or Open. I'll take a look at it because I know I searched it over here. It's Visit Open. They have one of their metaverses or their metaverse opening tomorrow. They are partnered with the Readyverse. Both of them together have a combined total of about 19,000 followers over on X. There was somebody, I won't say who, I won't do that to them, but there was somebody that said like, hey, this is Ready Player One. And because of that, the VeVeverse has nothing to offer and Omi's done for. Do you guys share that opinion that because a version of another metaverse that is claiming to be, they're calling themselves Readyverse, they're calling themselves their version of Ready Player One, do you think that VeVeverse is too late? Do you think that this, it's winner take all for the first come, first serve? Or do you guys think that's silly and there is more than room for one metaverse in this world?
I think multiple metaverses will really do well. Readyverse looks interesting and promising, but the problem with metaverses are you have to have something to do in there. So VeVe's going an interesting way that a lot of what you could do could be like Minecraft related, of creating these elaborate showcases to show off your collectibles you have. And maybe there's enough power that people spend a lot of time building that out. A true metaverse, though, is going to have tons of social interactions. So I don't know what that looks like, because the truth is, so far, the metaverse I've seen are quite boring. And they don't get very much usage because they are boring. And so, like, it's not even near the same of going and chilling in those spaces and trying to talk to people as it would be in real life. It doesn't fill that social need. So it's not getting adoption yet. So how is the Readyverse going to do? I don't know. I think it's going to get a lot of hype during this coming year as the focus on metaverses goes crazy. But is it going to survive long term? We'll see. I'm still trying to understand what a metaverse that actually makes sense looks like. I think the first really big metaverse that take off are video games like MMORPGs. People are in there playing the game, and then just some social aspect out of it really catches traffic where people like to interact on the app together, in the game together, and that goes crazy is probably my idea of what the first real metaverse that gets traction looks like.
Yeah, here's my thing. I definitely think that there's room for more than one metaverse, right? And especially if the function of them are different. And right now, like Rain said, like people are building stuff, they're building spaces. And again, like here's shout out to you, Jason Payne. Appreciate that. But like here's the I predicted this before, right? I still truly believe it. I believe that at some point, and I can't imagine it like in the far distant future. I don't know if most people remember, but like you had certain movies that Warner Brothers dropped as NFTs. I own some of them. I don't even remember my password. I gotta find it out because it was like 3 years ago or 2.5 years ago. But like I bought these movie NFTs, right? And it just kind of died out. But we know that VeVe has a relationship with Warner Brothers. And or like DC, like there's connections there that can be made, right? And where I'm going with this is can you imagine if you own the NFT, if you then have the right to invite people into your space and watch a movie together, right? Like that's an NFT that you own. Guys, that'll be huge because people already they'll go chill in each other's spaces and just hang out. But if you can legit watch a movie that's an NFT that you purchase and watch that in your own VeVeverse space that you've built, man, that's powerful. And there will be a lot of people. There will be that will draw a lot of people, in my opinion, right? So I mean that's all speculation, right? Like I don't even know if they really have that, but to me it would make sense if Warner Brothers we kind of tried to go out on our own with this. It's like not working, but like man, VeVe continues to crush it here. They got this community, and that's the other thing is like Readyverse. Like they have hype. I don't know how big of a community they have. What up, Sleepin'? You're awesome. Guys, if you don't know Sleepin', you got to watch the channel. Classy individual. Freaking love Sleepin'. But that's what VeVe has, this solid base of a community where things can be built organically. And that's so vital to success. And so we've seen Sandbox, we've seen Decentraland have all of the hype. And that's the thing is their token and their land and all that stuff, it pumped in price, right? But there's no one there. But what if there's something with substance with like it does get hype and there's people there. Like that's the potential I see in OMI, right? And that's why I just laugh when people are like, OMI's this dead token. And I'm like, you're comparing all of this price action to a lot of projects that literally weren't making money and they were dying. But it's like you got this company that just continues to build and be successful, right? And they are working on implementing utility with this token. So this token isn't going anywhere. And so as long as that token or that company tied to the token is doing well, like OMI's not a dead token. And I'm like, I don't understand how you don't understand that. Like, but like that's why we like Rain and I, Randy, we can keep saying like, look at these prices. To us, this is something we're trying to obtain more. I want to real quick go back to your question about, am I purchasing OMI at these prices? I'd said before that like one of my plays is I'm trying to sell things on Stacker for more OMI. That's what I'm trying to do. Because that's an avenue to obtain more OMI, and then I'm still like I had purchased the genome token, right? As I was doing more research into that again, I was like, I think centralized science, like there was like a little quick pump about that, but I really think that this bull run it's going to be a much bigger narrative. And I look at market caps and things, and like Cornucopias. I've been talking about Cornucopias. Yeah. They just had a massive pump today. Shout out to Kopi Boar, who comments on this channel, and the Cornucopias community is phenomenal there. So there's just so much going on there. But yeah, so I've been rambling. I'll stop now.
No, that's good. Real quick from Dino Dragon saying they have, thank you for the super chat. They have more than enough money off drops to put us on every exchange. Let's do that real profit in a skeptical world. One of the only projects making revenue. It's time to reward its holders. Well, Dino, I'm glad you're no longer telling us that David belongs at McDonald's because he doesn't know what he's talking about. So thank you for going on and not commenting that. But going on and saying this, if David did what everybody said, they would have gotten exchanges a while ago that would have gone down. They would have spent a ton of money that have put other companies out on the street, whether it be Hero, whether it be Recur, or now Artifact. So I am going to trust in the team. I understand that I would love exchanges as well. That would make token go boom. It would make it go stonks, and everyone would feel better. But thankfully, our feelings are not as much of a priority as the health of the company. If anyone has anything to add to that, you can. If not, I will go to Crypto Rain's new thing that he's got.
My feelings are way more important than the health of the company.
Am I Greta Thunberg at any point in time? Because how dare you?
Yeah, exactly. If you'll share this screen real quick, one of the big arguments people make at OMI is a dead token. They're like, oh, because it's its second cycle, and second cycle tokens in their second cycle never do very well. That's just not true. Something that gets more traction within their narrative, the next cycle does even better. And Decentraland is a perfect example of this. This was Decentraland's first cycle right here. So if we were to change this and look at this, so this was Decentraland's first cycle in 2017, and it went all the way to about 20 cents. Probably shows 25 cents here, but it probably went even higher because this chart usually doesn't reflect the true top. And then during the bear market, it cooled off. And guess what? Everyone said, so many people said Decentraland was dead. Mana was a dead token. And they just didn't know what they were talking about. Then the narrative hit and Decentraland went absolutely crazy, going up all the way to like over $5, even though it doesn't show that here. So it went absolutely crazy, hundreds of X's. Let's look at it from the bottom. Let's go. Decentraland went all the way. It was even cheaper. Let me go here. Decentraland during the bear market went all the way to 2.5 cents, all the way up to over $5. Like it went to like $7. So it went 300x. It's second cycle. Wait, that can't happen. Second cycle tokens are dead tokens, says people who have never made millions of dollars off of crypto because they're new at this and they think they know everything, just like a high schooler graduating has figured out high school and they think they know the whole world, and they come in and they're telling everybody, what to do in their lives. That's what these people are. They're high schoolers that think they know everything, and they're just barely starting their financial markets journey. They don't know what they're talking about. They are right that some tokens don't do better their second cycle. If they're not in a growing narrative, if they're not doing the right things to be a leader in that narrative, they might not. In fact, if they don't catch traction and they fizzle and they run out of funds, yeah, they're probably not going to do better their second cycle. But many second cycle tokens vastly outperform what they did their first cycle as far as what the total price that the token hits is. Cardano second cycle did better. Tons of projects, their second cycle does better. So it was just a flawed argument from the get-go. And they'll see, right? So people are like, oh, I'll never even hit 1.4 cents again. It does have an uphill battle because there's a lot more tokens in circulation this time. But I think it's vastly going to exceed 1.4 cents. So they're just
pretty. I don't know about y'all, and every now and then, sometimes people do things and things happen that really defies logic. Wraithax for me is one of those people where he was big into Axes, same as Crypto Rain, into Earth 2, big into those ETH domains, has made money on literally every single call he's made the last few years. And literally just the other day on Friday, he said like, Omi's going to pump this next week. And I was like, I don't really know of any announcements that's going to come or whatever. And it's been pumping. Have you guys gone on and seen anything similar to this as far as people making predictions that always tend to come true and we have no idea why?
There's some fundamental reasons why he made that prediction. I just don't know what they are. But like the more time you have in the crypto space, and the better you are at recognizing patterns. Really doing well in crypto has to do with time put in, focus put in, and the ability to recognize patterns and understanding the business side of why things pump, like both business combined with like I guess pumpamentals or what is it, like things catch traction. What is it called? It's kind of like the psychological reasons why things catch traction. If you're good at recognizing those cycles, you can see a lot of it coming before it happens because you see the early indicators that it's about to happen.
Oh, wait,
yeah, I haven't seen that. I haven't seen people just make some, crazy like calls, like that, like with like the timing in general. So, like that's awesome, right?
Yeah.
And but like, I mean, there are some people, and Rain talked about it before, and it's funny. What's his name? That was a taxi cab driver guy, right?
Yeah.
Crypto, Chris. Yeah. Right. So there are some people who just get it, right? And the guy's a freaking billionaire now because of it. And like we said, listen, like I don't want people to sit there and think that we're just like running crazy victory laps, right? Like our belief is that Omi has way more, like further to go than this. But what we're trying to demonstrate is that, again, like there's so many people calling Omi a dead token. Dead tokens don't do this, right? Like they're dead. No one's after them. So like, and there's the volume and yeah, man. But man, see, I'm trying to think of like where I was going with all this, but yeah, guys, I lost my thought. I feel like I do that like at least once a stream.
We're getting old. It happens.
Yeah, we don't know that Omi. What he's getting to is we don't know that Omi's going to continue to run here, and part of it is you get kind of gun shy because like we've been in such a down market, and when you do have a pump, and over a period of a month, it might go up like 50% or even 100%, and then like it comes right back down. I think the bottom was already in. There's some technical price analysis that shows like the chances that the bottom's already in are like 70%. But that doesn't mean it doesn't go up 50% like it's done today and then come back down and maybe go back somewhere near those lows. But I do think the chance that the bottom is in is there and that the bull market is here. Now, what could happen is people dump their Omi to roll it into things that have gone up massively. And you see that every early bull market. we've already seen that's part of the reason OMI hit such a low price, is that exact thing was happening. People were getting their tokens back from Bit4X, like, oh my gosh, I'm going to sell it into Bitcoin because Bitcoin's up to 80,000. It's like, okay, sure, buy what's high and sell what's low, but go ahead and make that choice. I'm not your financial advisor. I just think your chances of like you're going to lose ground there and not gain ground. So but a lot of people did that.
I want to jump back a little bit to what Dino had said, and here's my thoughts about exchanges. Okay.
To who said
that? Here's Dino. That Dino had said.
Okay. Let me go back to the.
About we deserve, these holders deserve exchanges, and I'll say this, right? Like, I do think that if Gensler steps down, and one of the first things that we see from the SEC is basically a withdrawal of all of their lawsuits, the ones that they can stop. Because once things get into the courts, there are some things where it's like we got to wait until our next court date before we can then like do some things like that. But there's other things that they can just stop in immediately, like the Wells notices, where basically the Wells notice is, hey, heads up, you're about to get sued. More than likely, you're about to get sued, right? So if we see that, then honestly, I would be shocked if we don't see Ecomi or OMI like a push for more exchanges there. Especially the lawsuits related to, hey, Coinbase, you're listing unregistered securities.
Yeah.
Those lawsuits be withdrawn, most projects are going to feel way more comfortable and be like, all right, like, look, this is where we're at now. We can operate in this space. And that's where I would be saying, hey, why aren't we seeing a push for more exchanges now with that accessibility? I do believe that, like, in Q1, if we see those actions, I would be pretty surprised if we didn't see an exchange either late Q1 or early Q2. I'd be real surprised by that.
Agreed. And then you also have the fact that some things that we wanted to do in the past that we weren't able to do because of regulatory uncertainty, like buybacks, burns, and then also OMI to land. Now, I know OMI to land, you obviously need land in order to do that, but I think some of these things can be back on the table in the next year or so. Moving on further, Liam Watson says, my kids literally have dropped thousands of hours into Minecraft over the last few years. All they want is to mine coins to buy add-ons, gear, and worlds. And Slider has also said, trust me, I know about Minecraft. My daughter makes me build in that place for hours, and those are very simple graphics. The VeVeverse might not be a AAA game, but it gives the ability to personalize. I do want to bring up the game Among Us a few years ago. That was the game that everyone had. It was free to play, but you also had these microtransactions where you had Ryan Kemper saying the same thing. Everyone had these same little skins that they got for free, but they could get little toilet paper hats. They can get little space crabs following them around. They can get little things for like $1 to $2. And I know that doesn't seem like much, but when you have 80 million users, that can add up really quickly. So I'm saying with VeVeverse, now that it's confirmed that it's going to be available on mobile, which most people have, and you're going to have some things that are only going to be available in OMI, what does that do for the price of the token? What is VeVe going to incentivize that? How do you guys think that's going to go? And I have to run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be.
Go for it, Rain.
So I'm curious about seeing how that comes together. Like, a lot of people have just gotten really hard at OMI, and they're like, the team needs to do more. The team needs more exchanges, this and this. Like, VeVe's job is to go out and build a company and get top IP and to work on building a better app and a better user experience with that. And if they just kept their focus on that, like, OMI's going to take care of itself when the narrative hits. And people are going to look and they'll be like, man, this app is so advanced. What is the token associated with this? And they'll throw money at the token. And when they throw money at the token, it's going to then pump the token. It makes it easier to get on exchanges. Also, it's been very difficult for non-meme coins to get on exchanges, especially the important exchanges like Coinbase, especially because Coinbase was facing a lawsuit from the SEC saying, you have all these securities listed on your exchange. And we already had a judge come forward and say that XRP being on exchange is not a securities contract there. But then the SEC was appealing that ruling. And so that they could continue with the Coinbase lawsuit trying to hold us back. So Coinbase put the brakes on a lot of listings that they otherwise would have listed on. And most exchanges did, because they didn't want to get sued too. Because even if you're in the right, when you get sued, you have to then spend millions of dollars fighting a stupid lawsuit, because the government has so much funds and you're juggling, having to take your profits and funnel them into legal expenses. So they didn't want to increase their exposure. So I know a lot of projects that have had difficulty getting listed on exchanges where it's very expensive, and their terms are terrible for the company getting them listed. It doesn't matter. Like, OMI is gettable for everyone who wants to get it for now while it's cheap. When there's regulatory clarity, more people will come in and get it. How that works as far as buying microtransactions on the app for the VeVeverse, we'll see. I think it'll become easy, as you can have in these places, but I can't yet conceptualize how that's really going to play out. That you can easily have OMI available to you on your app so that you can easily buy these things through microtransactions. That will be cool. And if, like through Stacker, you can just use your credit card to buy OMI, and then you could use those OMI to buy those microtransactions, $1 here, $10 here, $5 here. That will be amazing, and it will give OMI yet another use case, which will probably make it do even better in the bull run. But I think even without that, OMI is going to do tremendous. That's just icing on an already juicy cake.
Sweet. We have a couple of questions about the Punisher drop today. I guess we'll go over this, then we'll go over some of the stuff that people are a bit unhappy with. Were y'all able to craft? Did y'all even try? Is this something that you guys be like, it's too complicated, or you tried and disappointed, or you tried and succeeded? Tell me your stories.
I was able to craft today. I was successful. And one thing, so here's one thing that I don't think that people caught or noticed. And we need to talk about this, the app update, right? So one of the things, VeVe rolled out the new app, and there was a lot of hate, a lot of frustration. And I think a lot of it was warranted. I'll just put it that way. I felt some of the frustration. I was like, this is tough. This is tough to use. Then I shouted out Ben, because he, with really quickly, they came out and did a video addressing that and brought on Mitch, right? And was saying, hey, why did we kind of roll this out? What's the reasons? And answered some of the questions and the concerns and things. And what we saw today in the update, and I don't know if you guys noticed this, but one of my things, right? I was just talking about this yesterday. So just last night, I was like, I can't believe that you can't even see the new drop that's coming on the main page. I've got to go look for the drop that's about to come. I was like, that shouldn't happen. And the app update today, that drop page is there now, right? So it's like upcoming drops, it's there. So they've already fixed that, right? And I just think that is huge to see. The team implementing that. Dude, I just keep losing my train of thought. I have all these things that I got to stop reading the comments. I think that is that's what throws me off. So I'll stop doing that. Oh, sorry, going for the drop. So I landed the SR. That's what it was. And this is where I was going with all of this is yesterday's drop. Claritza made this post where she was like, hey, I'm pretty frustrated to see that someone was able to craft 8 of the ultra rares, right? But I couldn't even get one. How does that work, right? So I tried to craft multiple, right? And I crafted one, and what I got in the messages, so none of the other crafts worked, right? And I got a message, and it basically said, your limit has been reached. And so they modified it after they saw the concerns there, and they're like, listen, for the SR, you're only going to be able to craft one to give more people the chance to do that. So you don't have, if there's glitches or something, someone who's able to mint 8, 10 of these. So I just got to shout out the team that there's real-time adjustments that they're making there to make things better. Now, Big A was saying, it was super frustrating. Something crashed for him. So I'm not saying it's all unicorns and rainbows and that everything is perfect, but I think that they are constantly working and trying to fix things and make things more fair. So, I was able to land it. So I've got the full set. I'm pretty stoked. I
am very happy that we had another update either this morning or last night, And that's our third app update since the new update that everyone hated. So it does seem like they are now. Granted, a lot of this is minor fixes and improvements, but a lot of this is also them just a testament to how easy the app is to update. Where when we had the apps years ago, it took forever to update because they would just keep hiring these people from wherever they were from. One does one part, one does the other. It was not conducive to clean updates. Updates takes forever. And then this one, it does seem like it's a lot easier to do. So I do shout out VeVe, giving credit where credit is due to that. Rain, what you just had a little wardrobe change there. What you got? What you showing off?
Well, so where was it? In New York City, right? No, San Diego Comic-Con. They had Stan Lee jackets, and I was like, they had a number of demo ones there. And I was like, oh my gosh, essentially, I felt like you were buying the Stan Lee collectible and another collectible you got and getting the jacket for free. So I couldn't pass it up. Although one of the main selling points that got me to buy it was that the VeVe logo was on there, right? It was like embroidered on. And when this came, it didn't have that on it. I'm like, damn it, where's my VeVe logo embroidered on it like they had in the demo ones? But oh well, it's a cool jacket. You might have to change the view so you can see. Like,
was that say the creator?
Yes.
Creator for Stan Lee.
Yes, the creator. Yep, Stan the creator, right? Like that. So Rain, what do you have like the inside? Yeah, what's the inside look like? What do you got there?
The zipper zips on the wrong side too. Maybe these were made in Europe or something. Like they drive on the wrong side of the road.
Oh, that's epic. Does it say what mint number it is, or not what mint number, but what?
No, it does. It should say what edition number it is on the tag where you normally see like the cleaning tag on the inside. Rain.
Let's check. So there's some on the inside here. 18 of 100.
Oh, nice.
So probably I shouldn't be wearing this, but I am.
So
some that will add value to some, they'll be like, no.
So I wanted to get that jacket. I wanted to get that jacket, right? Rain was trying it on, and you had Magic, and she's like, Rain, you looking mighty fine, Rain, you looking good, right? All these compliments. And so then I had a jacket on too, and I'm like, yo, Magic, like how does mine look? And she's like, Rain's looks good. Right? And I was like, yo, that was brutal. I was like, dang. I'm like, but okay, like point taken, right? So I didn't get the leather jacket, but I did get my jacket, right? And I was showing this off on the live stream. So you got Stan Lee right there. I don't know if you can see that embroidered.
Oh, yes, I do.
Okay. And then you also have the creator. Then it says that there. Now, here's something I didn't know. And Rain, you're actually going to have to check. In the pocket, there's another tag with a QR. There's a QR code that you're going to want to scan. But then on top of that, and I don't know if yours has this as well, Rain. You should check again. Like, so here's mine. I just love this artwork the most. Rob Pryor's art. I love that so much. But the other thing is, Rain, is if you pull out. Oh, I forgot to show this too. On the collar, like on the cuff, there is VeVe. It says,
"Oh, that's sweet."
VeVe, but it doesn't have it in the colors. Okay.
It doesn't have it in the colors, so it's a little bit incognito. But then also on this inside of the sleeves, you've got the art.
Oh, that's crazy.
Well, so it's super awesome, man. So I've been sporting this. I'm like super stoked on it. The funny thing is, so I bought two because you never know in general how things are going to fit. So I bought the medium and a large. So this mint number is 8 of, what is it? 8 of 333. And then the large size is mint number 33 of 333.
Oh,
and I thought that was pretty epic. So I'm holding on to that one, not opening it, and we'll see. We'll see.
Not so. Just going because not to make it feel better, but VeVe Fanbam posted before that she got hers, and it was number 9 of 333, and I was like, damn, that's a super low number. Very curious to see where else that goes. Anyway, we have
break $100,000 live.
Oh, did it just happen?
I don't know. Someone's saying this.
It's 99.7 on CoinGecko, but there. So I don't know how to interpret this. Which one's more accurate, CoinGecko or not Gecko Terminal, CoinMarketCap? Because CoinMarketCap usually has like a higher, like a higher price for like anything that I take a look at.
So CoinGecko says 99,645 is the highest.
And,
yeah.
No.
And now CoinMarketCap has 99.97, but then I have people on Telegram saying that it has hit 100. This is on the Definity Markets Telegram as well.
Yep, it broke 100.
Let's go, guys. Let's go. So it'll probably go and then like dip a little bit, right? But then once it's breached this, now it's going to set that. Oh my gosh, I did think that like it would probably hit 100K before the end of the year, but not like this early into December. Great.
Our stream that made that happen, I'm sure.
So, well, there's also, I don't know if you guys remember, he was the youngest YouTuber that Akomi and VeVe has ever had, called Poba G, and Poba G has been streaming for sorry James. He's been streaming for 100. Oh my God, James, stop talking to me. He's been streaming for 120 hours because he has been going on and streaming up until Bitcoin reaches 100K. He even said that he would shave his head if it didn't hit it by Saturday. So he saved that by a couple of days. Jeremy Padower going on and saying that, hey, Bitcoin surpasses 100K. By the way, Jeremy Padower, he said, all I want for Christmas is in exchange for Omi. He's Jewish, and he could have at least said, I want 8 exchanges for Omi for each night of Hanukkah. He really dropped the ball on that there. Anyway.
You got to call him out on that and say that.
I did.
Oh, you did? Yes.
That's funny.
So now that we have Bitcoin, all right, so let's see what James has been saying here. Or I'm sorry, Potsy Weber, sorry, Doxy there. Yep, it hit it. It hit it. So multiple people are going on and talking about that. That is great. So glad that it happened here. There's been a couple of times where I've had some history happen, whether it was Catwoman selling out, DeLorean selling out, Captain America, certain things. What have been some of the most historic things that have happened on your guys' streams that are memorable?
I'll have to do 72-hour streams like Randy does, so that like you just got a better chance of it happening while you're live on a 72-hour stream.
I got nothing, man. I have not streamed long enough. I feel like there was actually something that happened with us while we were streaming, and like there was like a pretty big announcement, and we were able to just like talk about it like immediately. But yeah, I mean,
I think Bitcoin broke its previous highs while we were live.
You're right. It broke that previous high. So look. So it is us, Rain. Yeah. It is us when we're live. That's when Bitcoin is going to hit new all-time highs.
All right, so I'm going to retweet our space, but watch us reacting to 100K Bitcoin, Omi to the moon, meow, meow, meow. Okay. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy. Well done right there. Yeah. This is really fun. Shout out to the 600 people that are here, that are going on and talking about this as well. I forget what were we on before this exciting news that happened?
The jackets. We talked about the jackets.
Oh yeah, the jackets.
Close. So I am really excited that it has VeVe embroidered on there, but I would love to see it in like the VeVe colors because okay, so Stanley is cool. He's really cool. I think VeVe is like really, really cool. So if they made a jacket that had like a leather jacket that had VeVe embroidered on the back and they had Stanley here, like I would have bought that jacket instead. Because like between the two, I think Stanley is really, really cool. VeVe's freaking awesome. And I would love to have a leather jacket with VeVe embroidered on it. Yeah. Especially if it came with cool like collectibles.
I mean, so, you know, like if VeVe were ever to do like an influencer box or something like that, I mean, Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. You know, VeVe. Just saying.
Leather jackets with VeVe bling, please. Like VeVe, like here on the back.
Maybe or hoodies. You know, like we'll take what we can get. I'm just saying.
I mean, there's a lot of things. So there's one of the things that we could get is what I guess Eagle Eyes has happening for him now. There's going to be a first appearance David and first appearance Dan on the VeVe app, and Eagle Eyes is going to be there as well. This is through Epico, but we do have that as far. And I don't know if this is the start to like an affiliate marketing program or whatever, because he does technically work for the company and we do not. But you have Mr. MC1s. There's a lot of OG crypto have been talking about tokens with fundamentals and real use. I think Omi has the ability to have fundamentals using stacker burns from the community and hopefully many more. Stacker does have a space that's happening in 2 days between Dr. Profit, Omili Tees. I think Foster is going to be on there as well. And I feel like Dr. Profit, whose time is exceedingly valuable, doesn't really do anything unless he has something to announce or something to talk about. What do you think is going to be talked about on this space? And also, Omili, I do see you down there somewhere. Where'd you go?
What up, Omili?
I forget where.
I love Omili, man.
Yeah, where did he go? I don't see.
He can freaking dish it out. Like, it's so funny to me. Like, he just like because Futters will come into the space and like, I mean, he always calling him out in the grease trap, right? Which it's just so funny to me, right? Like, and this is I just can't comprehend it. Like, I don't know why people like Dino come on here and just talk smack. Like I just don't fundamentally understand that mentality that like I'm gonna waste my time. Guys, time is like the most precious resource we have, and you're gonna waste it complaining about a project that apparently like you don't even like anymore and just like attack people. Like, I don't get that.
Yeah.
Some people's time, they don't value it very much, right? So they don't use it wisely, and so they don't value their time, and they don't make something out of themselves because they're not using their time well.
Yeah, but Omili just dishes it out. Like, you'll call people out in the grease trap that listen in, but they don't want to be seen because of the Futters, like, but they want to get all the juicy information so they can like talk crap about it again. And it just like blows my mind. But Omili dishes it out, and I love it, and I love the spaces he hosts. So I'm definitely looking forward to whatever Dr. Profit announces with this.
So, Tito, if anyone's ever posted on Reddit, in the Akomi chats over there, he is one of those people that will FUD every single post. And then if you go and look at his comment history and you see the other stuff that he's in, well, it's not a good look. All the stuff that he comments on, particularly the X-rated NC, no child under 18 stuff, it is very, very interesting. Anywho, let's move on here. Got the secret rare today as well. Okay, so we've talked about speed of the app. Good evening, only homies. Hello, everybody. Let's take a look at what else we had prepared for this. See a bunch of post 100 or above 100 stuff for Bitcoin coming in. We see any? Yeah, it was like 100.8 over on CoinMarketCap. Are we seeing any price jumps or bigger purchases? I have seen certain grails go up. I have seen Partner Statue go up. I have seen the Todd McFarlane's go up. I think that's been about it for now. I think Vader's still the same. I think Luke's still the same. I think Secret Spider-Man's gone up as well. VeVe logo is still the same. Have you guys seen anything that I might have missed?
No, a lot of times they won't pump until the narrative hits bigger, right? So Flow's been taking off, but NFL all day moments and UFC and NBA Top Shot moments are still really cheap. With like, I just went in bought a bunch more NFL moments for like cheaper than they even were like 6 months ago, even though Flow's been taking off. So VeVe, kind of the same thing. There's still lots of deals out there.
It's very strange.
And when the digital collectibles narrative really hits, like not just the crypto side, because kind of the crypto narrative hitting, and that's why some of the tokens are pumping. But the actual digital collectibles narrative hasn't hit yet. The actual like collectibles themselves, that'll come later.
How do you go and why do you think that is? Why is the token pumping that's done like a 2.5x in the last month, but the actual NFTs on that haven't moved? Why do you suppose that is?
Say that again.
The token of Flow has done like a 2.5x over the last month, but the NFTs on the chain have not. Why do you suppose that is?
Just because it's crypto money moving around, right? So it's crypto, like they don't necessarily run together. Some people who will buy the token won't ever buy the collectibles. And some people who buy the collectibles might get in the token, but later, right? So the buyer pools aren't necessarily the same.
Copy that.
Just like some people are VeVe collectors. They won't buy OMI until it's really easy to get on the app and they can use it to get their VeVe collectibles. And some OMI holders will never buy a VeVe collectible. Yeah. Buyer pools are somewhat joined in VeVe. I think even less joined in Flow.
That makes sense. I guess Flow has so many other things going for it as well. Obviously, it doesn't just have one of those things as NBA Top Shots, UFC Strike, NFL All Day, but then it also has a bunch of things. They just had a hackathon that just went on. They have, I don't know how many projects trying to build on that chain as well. They had an update on it. They had settled with their lawsuit. So they have a bunch of positive things that have been going on as well. As far as other projects, we have been teasing, or the team has been teasing, the banana, the rubber duck, and now that like chattering teeth thing. If I can quote Austin Powers, what does it all mean, Basil? What does it mean? What are we missing?
So I'm Googling something real quick, but like the rubber ducky. So here's my thing. Like we know that Ben loves Sesame Street and then he loves Bert and Ernie, right? And you have Ernie singing Rubber Ducky, right? And so yeah, so I'm looking to see if there's like a clicking teeth like Sesame. There is Elmo's World Teeth. There are clicking teeth. So I feel like that to me, then I'm guessing that it is like Bert Ernie drop that's coming from Sesame Street. That's my guess.
Okay, that could be it.
Oh, Cosmo think he figured out the reference. So
tell us, Cosmo. Tell us.
Yeah, Cosmo, what are you thinking?
I mean, obviously that makes sense because of the song "Rubber Ducky, You're the One, You Make Bedtimes." You know that one.
I'll tell you all in 2 to 3 weeks, punk. And he's like, after I put in $30,000 into something, then I'll tell you.
That would be fun. So outside of that, something that obviously we're speculating on, we'll switch over to something that we know is coming, such as the Assassin's Creed drop. I'm not going to lie, I had no idea who that first person is, but we all know Ezio. Let's go. How pumped are you guys for the new Assassin's Creed drop? Disregard. I'm just going to say that y'all aren't excited about it, which is okay. I feel like
it looks phenomenal. And we need, so here's my question. It looks like the evolvable mechanism again, but they didn't say like this was an evolvables drop. So I was like confused, right? When we were talking about like what we wanted to talk about, I was like, is this an evolvables drop? Because you buy like, so there's the chase variant with the common, and then you have to craft the others. And you got to use MCP points. So like, I'm like, I feel like this is an evolvables mechanism, but it's not marketed like another evolvables mechanism. Like, I don't get it.
Yeah.
It is a very, very sexy drop, right? Like that white hood has done cool. Like people do that for Halloween costumes a lot. Like it's a really good looking collectible. So am I going to buy it? Not on the drop, but I'm really, really selective on what I'll buy, right? So things like Wolverine, I buy. Assassin's Creed, I played it some. It's not really, really interesting to me. Like there are certain IP that have their segments. Like Elmo has its segments. Sesame Street has its people that love Sesame Street. They buy everything Sesame Street. That's not me. Assassin's Creed is another one of those that I think is really cool. It looks amazing. Will I buy it? Only if it gets really cheap, right? So like not on the drop, and I'd wait and maybe people will forget about it and sell it really, really cheap, and then I'd pick it up. Like it's animated though. I want to see what the animations look like because that might persuade me. If the animation are really cool, maybe I'd have to.
Preach. There is a Incorrigible Ghost Slayer says I just want to let's freaking go. Omi pump. The Riso Gold Lucky Dragon is at 1100. I hate to make a liar out of you, but I just delisted mine off of Stacker and then relisted mine on VeVe for 750. So I did make a liar out of you. Lex Freeman has posted over 100K Bitcoin, but now it's over 101. Now it's 101.2. So it do be going up though. Good point. Watch Bitcoin. Yep, we be watching. Outside of that, we have so we talked about Assassin's Creed, price jumps, okay, mechanic. Bezojman hasn't been buying as much recently. Do you think he hasn't been buying as much because he's lost faith, or maybe he's focusing more on crypto now than anything? I mean, the man does have 60-something thousand collectibles. I'd say he has enough. What are y'all thinking? And also, Doc, I know you have to go, so if you want to.
Yeah. Let me just say, guys, I got to peace out. I got to go pick up my daughter from gymnastics. But what a freaking exciting time! This is 2 live streams now where we've gotten like Bitcoin has broken its previous all-time high. This is epic. I'm just like, there's just like this energy. And I got to say this, right? It's really, really rewarding to have been told that like you don't know what you're talking about, that you're crazy, Bitcoin is a scam and it's going to zero, right? And you're buying while all that's happening, and like you're just hearing all of the emotional arguments, and you're like, no, I don't believe it, and I've done this research and this is how I fundamentally feel about that. And then that pump, right? And for me, that's what I believe about Omi. That is why, even though I'm in a ton of other projects and like I love that, why I spend so much time on Omi, it's the most funded project that I am in, hands down, right? And to me, it's one of the most promising tokens out there. And today was a fun little success, right? But like the token could be down tomorrow. Like, I don't know, right? But I think fundamentally during this bull run, Omi has a significant chance to do crazy numbers. And if that happens, you better believe I'm going to be making some posts about that one person I was talking about. And with that, gentlemen, I am out. Take it easy, everyone.
I love you so much, though. Yeah, my man. Our Bay. I freaking love him. So yeah, why do you think what caused the pump for Bitcoin? Why was it hanging around? It went down to 97.6. I mean, it went down to like 94K today, and then it was kind of hanging around between 98 and 99, and then it just pumped like crazy. Did we just break through resistance? Was there an announcement that had happened? Was it the Chief Atkins guy? What are you thinking?
Look, they've been running into a supply crunch for quite a while. And so the supply crunch got caught up. And then as it started to pump higher, a lot of people who were short had to liquidate their positions, which forces them to buy, which then pumped it more. And then it broke 100K, which is the buy point some people then take. They take that position once it breaks 100K, and that's pumped it up to 101.5, or actually all the way up to 101.6. Look, it'll often touch back down to 101, might even come down below 100,000 as it trades sideways and consolidates, or maybe it continues up from here. Really, really hard to tell in the short term what it plays out. Like usually it will take off past the major resistance, like a big round number like 100,000. Then it will come back and touch down. Maybe it even goes below, or maybe a lot of people are just waiting to buy it when they see it get 100,000. They then FOMO in and it just continues to run. Hard to tell how that's going to play out in the short term. In the long term, like Bitcoin's going to go a lot higher in this run. Maybe it only goes to 160, 180,000. I think the 2/3 chance that it breaks above that, and we have a Bitcoin super cycle, which Bitcoin goes as much as 4x above what it should go to. And some of the alts go 4x higher than they would have. So something that would have gone 100x does a 400x, etc.
Agreed. So there are people that I think even the guy that you interview every week on your show, every Wednesday,
Paul.
Yeah, Paul. He doesn't. Well, I guess sometimes does dollar cost average, but a lot of times he does wait for it to break certain resistances and certain levels, and you never catch the bottom. But you do go, and you don't necessarily guarantee yourself, but it's a very high likelihood that if you wait for certain resistances to be broken, that yes, you missed that bottom, and yes, you missed that little bit of a pump, but it's like you guarantee yourself that it's going to continue to go up at that point. Do you go and agree with that analysis? Do you concur
Well,
with that?
you don't guarantee yourself. There are no guarantees in the trading. He's
Fair.
just picking a probabilities trade. When
Yeah.
it breaks to the upside past certain levels, the chance that it continues to run up from there is a 2/3 chance. And then he puts in some cells if it hits certain points that it reverses against him. And so he has certain rules that he plays, so that he takes emotions out of it and he just plays by those rules. And he's able to do that. Realize that most people that do day trading like that, he really trades usually over weeks, sometimes months periods, but he's looking for confirmed breakouts where the chances are for him. And the way he does it is he can be in any market. So like even when crypto is absolutely in the tank, he can be in other markets. So he doesn't ever get the bottom like I do. He doesn't ever buy really, really cheap. He waits for a confirmed breakout, takes that trade when the odds are stacked in his favor. And so then maybe he makes 50% on this, or maybe he makes 3 or 4 or 5x. And then he takes that and rolls that into something else where he's got maybe a 70% chance that the trade goes for him. And if he's right, it goes up 4x. And if he's wrong, he loses maybe 30%. So those are the kind of trades he takes. Really, really insightful. He's been doing this for 30 years. Most of you do not realize how few people in this world that are successful at doing what he's doing and in it for 30 years, because 99% of people that try day trading and like trading based on price analysis fail. They lose money and they are out. So it's amazing to have someone like him joining us so that you can learn what his rules are and how he looks at things and how he analyzes the market and what kind of trades he takes and at what points.
He's awesome. Crypto Cosmos saying, well, I just got my Coinbase wallet, connected it to my Coinbase to try buying OMI directly from my bank account, and it was super easy. Love it. Let's go, OMI. NFT Hodler says, what's up, everyone? Nice jackets. Now, me and Rain do have similar jackets, but we do not have similar chains. Am I Batman talking to Amanda Waller at the end of that one episode of Justice League Unlimited? Because mine are bigger than yours. My chain happens to be bigger than yours, Ray. What you got to say about that? Yours is probably worth 13 times more than mine is.
I love this chain. I found it in Vegas, right? I've been looking for good chains and I bought a bunch of different ones. I absolutely love this one. So it's like silver and just awesome. So I wear this one, even though I've got like 6 different chains. I wear this one all the time. That one looks a little bit uncomfortable. So like, this one, I can take this throughout my day and really just like the look of it.
Despite how big it is, it's very light.
Yeah, right. It's a nice prop for football games, right? It's an amazing one to get on screen. Like if you go to the Ohio State football games, the camera will point at you, right? And it's a fun prop for football games.
It is. So question from the audience is AMP back? And is US crypto the best grab under the new administration? What are your thoughts?
AMP. Remind me what AMP is.
We can go and take a look here. AMP is it's the number 158 crypto.
I'm trying to remember what it is. It sounds familiar, but I'm not even remembering quite what AMP is.
On a bunch of exchanges. I have no idea.
I know, right? amptoken.org. The payments movement for spending digital assets. I don't know that it's back. Who knows? I don't know. Ampera. Yeah, I have no idea.
That is not my forte, not my specialty. So I have no idea. I'll leave that to you.
Followed by Elio Trades, Trust Wallet. Okay, cool. But like, I don't know that much about it. Wow. Totally ran up though. Yeah, there's some price action happening on it. Don't know if it's going to continue up. It's gone up tremendously in the last few days. So, yeah, we'll see.
So there are people like you and me. We tend to dollar cost average on things, especially on projects that we love. If they were at a certain price and we bought them there, and then they get cut in half or have a 60% haircut, we love them at that price because we bought them when they were 60% higher. What are your take profit approaches? What are your goals there? I mean, if you bought OMI at 0003 and suddenly it doubles to 0006, most people, especially coming from the stock market, would be like, yo, sell it all, sell the house. That's a doubling. You never get that anywhere else. Obviously, we're a little bit different, and we might take a small piece there, or we might be like, that is way too low, and we're going to wait till it does another double and triple in from there. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, that is way too low for a 3x on OMI. Maybe I'll start selling a little bit at like a 30 or 50x from the bottom. Like, maybe I'm wrong. I end up holding too long. Cool. I've got lots. One of the things I'm waiting on is like a lot of people ask me, what are my price targets for sales? It depends. What are my actual price targets to start selling things? Like possibly like 2 cents. I'll start selling some OMI. Before that, it would seem premature for me. I'll be taking profits on other things probably sooner. And maybe OMI never hits 2 cents, but I think it will. I have other things too that I'll be taking profits on sooner. So we'll see how it plays out. I've been hoping. What happened in the past is not everything ran at the same time. And so it is a little bit weird that so much is running the past 2 or 3 days together, all these different narratives. And that's unusual. I don't know what to think about it. Big A is saying even NEO was pumping today, which is interesting. NEO hasn't gotten much traction in a long time. And so I don't know what's driving NEO pumping other than just more money coming into the market. You have more buyers than sellers. Like one of the points people often make is, oh my gosh, certain things can't go up unless this much more volume comes in. And that's not necessarily true. Not very much crypto needs to trade hands for the price to 100x. What happens is if all the people that have the ability to sell it don't want to sell it, then the price starts pumping amazingly because buyers are trying to get it and nobody's willing to part with it. So it keeps bidding up the price and the price can go crazy because people are just sitting on it. So it's not like billions of dollars have to trade hands, or hundreds of billions of dollars have to trade hands for Bitcoin to go to $500,000. Not very much Bitcoin has to trade hands. It just has to do with people deciding, you know what, this price is not worth selling. I'm just not going to sell it. And then you have almost no sellers and a whole ton of buyers, and that can escalate the price quickly. Same thing can happen with OMI, that you don't have to have tons of OMI change hands for the price to go really high. It just has to be that people decide they're not willing to part with it anywhere near these prices. And then the price goes up because buyers have to keep raising what they're trying to get it for. And then the price goes up tremendously.
Obviously, when you have people that don't want to sell for certain prices and the people can't get it from the open market, it creates that squeeze. But did I hear you correctly? And you say that you think OMI could potentially do that 30 to 50x from here, and that's your sell target?
Yeah. Like, will I take profits on other things sooner? I'll be shocked if OMI doesn't do a 30 to 50x or much, much higher than that, because that's just start taking profits. Now, if OMI runs like crazy and lots of other things are way, way cheap, well, then I'll sell some earlier. Because say you're able to sell, say it goes 30x and other things are still really cheap. Say the digital collectibles are really cheap, but the OMI token goes 30x. Well, then I would sell maybe even 60% of my OMI tokens after it's gone 30x to then I would buy a whole bunch of the comics and a whole bunch of the digital collectibles. Should that price stay similar to what they are now? Because then if I can roll a 30x into something that then does a 50x, that's a 1500x profit. So I will sell certain things before they hit my price targets. If they go up and do like a 30x and something else is still relatively cheap that I really, really fundamentally still believe in.
Yeah.
So we'll see how this run plays out. If everything runs at the same time, well, you don't have the ability to do that.
So there's, I know you were just talking about that. Bumper do seem to be running though. Bumper is one of your top 5 that could potentially, shit's up 50% today. Damn. At what point do you go on and say, hey, maybe this hasn't done a 30 to 50x, maybe it's done like a 10 to 20x, but then something like Bumper, again, I know I just pumped it 50% today, but say like Definity, it's been trading between the 3.5 and 6 cent range for quite a while now. if OMI doesn't do that 30 to 50x, but it does that like 10 to 20x, and Definity stays the same, would you be like, hey, this is lower than I wanted to sell OMI at, but a 20x is fine to roll into something that could potentially 1000x?
Oh, that would be an amazing situation. Now, I would take that trade, especially if Definity or OMI went 20x, right? So I
Yeah.
might sell like 30% of my OMI position and roll it into Definity at these prices. Because then if I take a 20x and then Definity does like 100x from there, that, do you realize that's a 2000x? Say it does a 50x from there, that's a 1000x gain. So part of the reason, like my portfolio from the bottom did 100x last bear market, even though like that was my first bear market, and what I was buying, like I bought some meme coins, I bought some other things, I learned some lessons. I don't do meme coins anymore, and I focused a part on the segment of my portfolio that did the very best, which was projects that weren't brand new, that had a substantive team, that their token got punished during the bear market because of token investing and just FUD, because they were higher when they came out and then the token got absolutely punished, but they're anywhere between 1 to 5 or 6 years old. And that's the segment of my portfolio that did the very best. So I focused most of my stuff in the last 2 years on that, because that was part of my portfolio that did the very best from the last one. But the last bear market into the bull market, 65% of what I bought during the previous bear market failed during the bear market, didn't even make it out of the bear market into the bull market. And even with that, from the bottom, my portfolio did 100x. And part of the reason is I rolled some things. So some things went up, like Axie Infinity went up 100x, and I rolled into some other stuff that did a 4x. So, okay, I made 400x on that money. Cool. And that was still a good like learning experience. I was still new at this. Nobody had a crypto channel that was talking about things this way. I wish I could have just tuned in and listened to somebody who had been doing this for years share with me how they think about it, so I didn't have to go through so much of the learning curve myself. But I found a lot of YouTube channels that covered all kinds of pumped tokens, but I wasn't finding a substantive YouTube channel with investment experience that talked about an investment, except for Crypto. But then he stopped covering those types of things because it's hard to get a lot of views on those types of subjects, because most people just want to hear, oh my gosh, what just went 50x? Here's why it's going to go another 500x. That's what they want to hear, and that's what you get massive number of views on, and that's where you make your money. So he started just covering Bitcoin's price. Why? Because he could still get lots of views on that. And so his time putting YouTube channels would pay him, or making YouTube videos pays him way better by covering that than this little area where I focus on, because it's kind of like that's the sugar, is covering things that everyone wants to hear about, and why Doge is going to go to the moon, why it's going to 500x from here. That's the sugar, and it'll give you a sugar high rather than the vegetables. The vegetables is, here's how you build a really strong methodology of becoming a savage crypto investor. And a lot of people don't want their vegetables, they just want the sugar. And so you don't make a lot of money from YouTube covering, quote unquote, the vegetables, but your audience will do much better if you teach them how to think like a savage investor themselves. So that's what I focused on.
Speaking of being a savage investor, we're almost at 104.
Jeez.
Like, my God, man.
Keeps going.
It can't stop, won't stop. Yeah, we have a ton of we have somebody in the Definity Telegram group that's saying, I'll get a Definity tattoo when it reaches $1. Well, I guess they're going to do that in the next year. I'm going to say that.
Yeah, I think they're going to need to do it. So wait, let's pin him down and say, if it goes to $10, will you get 3 Definity tattoos?
Okay. If it goes
right now is the time to pin him down and be like, okay, when it goes to $1, you get 1, but if it goes to $10, will you get 3? Because it might go to $10 at a certain point, because it's only a 20x from here to go to $1.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. That's pretty easy for that to do. Being key mechanism for Pokemon. Oh my God. So there's people like people in general, like let's say people like me, that I will half the time connect dots that aren't there. But sometimes I'll connect dots that nobody sees, and it doesn't really make much sense till later. The name Evolvables is one of the key things that is essential to raising Pokemon and breeding Pokemon and doing all of these different things. Crypto Cosmo says, I see the evolvables being a key mechanism for Pokemon when it comes. This has been hypothesized for years now because that's what they do. They evolve. They can evolve by getting experience points, by trading, by certain stones, by love. They could evolve multiple different ways. Do you think that they chose that name for that specific reason, or does that happen to be just you know what, that's coincidence?
Good question, right? So David Yu was owned his own store, and he got Pokemon to come to New Zealand, right? So he understands Pokemon, I would say, extremely well. And so maybe it's a term that he's very familiar with because that's what's used so much in Pokemon. And it made sense to call it in the VeVe world with what was going on evolvables, or maybe there's some tie there. I don't know which of those two.
Great. Are you pumped for David and Dan's secret rare drop? It's going to be on Saturday. Or do you be like, you know what? I've talked to these guys in real life. I don't need a collectible. Or is it something that you're just like, you know what? I'm going to make some really cool art and then show them. And art being putting their collectibles in funny positions.
I want to see what it looks like. I haven't seen that. Do we have an idea what it's going to look like?
Oh yeah, I'll show you right now. It is for, oh no, that's Ubisoft, or Ubisoft's from Wharf Street Studios. So there's going to be a couple of versions. One is going to be David looking like almost like Shang Tsung Shang Tsung over there, and then Dan is going to be looking like, I don't know what he looks. He'll almost like Kevin Federline, the dude that dated Britney Spears for a while. Yeah, they look great, and that's just their normal stuff. Then you have David Yu in blue, the blue metallic one, and then obviously you're going to have Dan in blue metallic as well. That's just looking like a beefed up version of him, Dan on steroids. And then you have the same thing with Eagle as well. Eagle Eyes.
Yeah, so this is the collaboration with Epico, right? Because that does look like the Epico version of David.
Yeah, it is.
And they had talked about some kind of collaboration with a David Yu collectible. How cool is that? That's interesting to me. I do like David and Dan, and I love what they've done with that company. And so that is a drop I'm interested in. I don't buy a lot of the drops on the drop these days because, like, I can later usually get them cheaper during this bear market.
Yeah,
that's one that's interesting. Maybe I will.
Agreed. So we just did speculate on Pokemon for a little bit there. Steve-O says Super Mario and Sonic would be super nostalgic game IPs that I would buy immediately. Now, for me, or for anyone, they could just go and see, you know what, people focus on the new shiny thing, it gets pumped up, and then 2 or 3 months later, it piddles back down, and that's when they go and they strike. But for me, if they were to get any type of Nintendo stuff, or if they get Donkey Kong or Pokemon, I'm not going to lie, the FOMO would hit. I'd sell a lot of everything else, and I would just YOLO into it. And I would not care if I have to pay $80 for a Pikachu when 3 months later it might be 20. I wouldn't care. Everything else becomes cannon fodder. I keep my Mighties and I keep my Lokis, but outside of that, I don't know. Is there anything that would make you like lose all faculties, like kind of like when you're a kid and you're just like pretty logical, but then you see this super gorgeous girl walk by and suddenly you just like want to be like, I want to marry her, and all logic goes out the window? Is there any type of IP that would do that for you, or have you evolved past that?
Well, I'm more on the investor space. There's part of me that loves collecting, but then the part of me that loves collecting is combined with the part of me that likes to buy things that go up in value. And an integral part of it going up in value is buying at a good enough price that it can go up in value. So the collector part of me is the part that loves to buy things that will be desirable in the future and therefore will be a higher value. So it's hard for me to overpay for things because then that ruins part of what I'm after, is just buying something. I get satisfaction from buying something and seeing it go 4x or 5x. I bought some Lego Star Wars collectibles, and I bought like the Java sail barge. I got like 5 of them at a Walmart on clearance for $30, and later sold 2 of them for $300 each. And that was super fun for me. I was just like, wow, I bought this at $30 and later sold 2 of them and kept 3 of them, sold them for $300 a piece. I'm like, that's fascinating to me that 2 years later it could go for 10x more. So to me, price is integral to that part of me that loves collecting.
That's a good point. To your point before, when you went off and said like, hey, will that dude have a get 3 Definity tattoos at $10? He said, if it hits $10, I'm going to make a child and name him Defxer. Instead of Dexter, it's Defxer, Defxer. So I hope that happens.
I hope he doesn't deliver on that promise. That kid's not going to make it through elementary school. The kids will be like making fun of him, teasing him endlessly.
Well, that builds character, right? It's just
true, right? So as long as he's got a solid foundation from his parents who like treat him to be a resilient little kid,
yeah.
Then it could turn into character forming if it doesn't break him.
We have one Rivian saying, if the VeVe is marketed correctly, that could be massive for Omi and VeVe. I agree as well. Is there any marketing techniques that you would do that they're not doing right now? Or are they doing enough or more than enough? What are your thoughts on that? For the VeVe anyway.
What's funny is when crypto goes crazy, it's a narrative that goes crazy all on its own. And if you have a substantive product within that narrative, it catches massive traction whether you're marketing it or not. Can some marketing go a long ways? Yeah, and that's pumpamentals versus fundamentals. I like to see really strong fundamentals. The money spent buying or building like collectibles that people will already want, and an app that makes it easy for them to acquire them and to showcase them and to show them off and to put them in augmented reality and do all kinds of fun things. I would rather see their money spent on that than marketing, because if they just do that, social media is going to market the heck out of it by people showing their cool ass shit to all their friends in social media, and they're getting all this free marketing because the stuff is so cool.
Fair point. Watch out, looking for good openings. Glad to be sharing history with you boys. Yeah, this is I feel like I'll remember this. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling 22. Sorry. But this is one of the streams that I think I'll remember, similar to the Catwoman selling out, similar to DeLorean selling out, and stuff like that. What would you compare this to for like a time in history? Like maybe it's not going to be watching Man Walk on the Moon. I don't think you're old enough for that. But what significant point in history has happened that you might compare this to?
Yeah, that's really exciting. Bitcoin breaking 100,000. That is a psychological barrier that wakes up a whole new slew of people. I'd say it's equivalent to Bitcoin when it broke 10,000. In the multiples of 10, when Bitcoin broke 1,000 and then 10,000, like when it broke 100, broke 1,000, broke 10,000, those round numbers, because people are like, yeah, it's okay. It will never hit this. And then they usually throw out some number that's like a nice round number, like 100,000. And here it is breaking 100,000. Like, okay, it's what, 8 years later than John McAfee, or 7 years later than John McAfee said it would do. But it still broke. I think he said it would be 2018, it would break 100,000. Well, here we are, 2024, and it's broken solidly 100,000. So, yeah, big moment.
One Rivian says, for taking profits on Omi, is the chain ETH versus Base the biggest volume? Best be taking profits on? I'm going to say it depends where you live in the world, because right now, yes, Omi's on Base on Uniswap, and I would say any other new exchange that they get, maybe they go it on there. But for the most part, it's just ETH, whether it's Mexi. Oh, although Mexi might have, they might have Base. Have you tried that?
No, I haven't.
They might have Base Omi.
So when we're taking profits, I'm going to want the price to be a lot higher than here. And if the price is a lot higher than here, it means it's going to be way easier for them to get listed on these exchanges, because these exchanges will want to make the revenues off of the trading action that's happening on it. And so by then it will probably be on additional exchanges. We'll have additional options to do it, or maybe Coinbase wallet becomes so integral with Coinbase, even if it's not directly listed on Coinbase, it becomes so easy to use Coinbase to cash out, because maybe Coinbase wallet and Coinbase, you're able to use the liquidity there. So what the option to cash out is probably isn't even here yet, the one that I'll use. And it'll probably come in the coming months when Omi goes crazy.
Fair point. I'll say that because all of their utility is going to be for Omi on base, and they've made a big point in saying, hey, like 5 billion Omi is on base right now, and their plan is to have more than Bit4x soon, and it would be, for me, it'd be on base, especially because it's cheaper, at least on Uniswap when you go in, and the fees on base are minuscule compared to the fees on ETH. And the fees on ETH are likely going to get worse as this bull market goes and takes hold and gets bigger. So for me, that's what I would do, depending on what exchange we're on. Now, is it possible we do that 20, 30, 50, 100x and no new exchanges? Sure. But I would, if I were a betting man, which I am from time to time, name that movie, I would bet that we would be on base on multiple other new exchanges by the time we hit those highs, when we hit those highs.
Yeah, you're definitely a betting man. By the way, Fernando Jimenez in the chat. Fernando made the Las Vegas experience amazing. He hosted karaoke night at his condo in Vegas, and Rita, Baby, and Dog Boy were there, and a whole bunch of Taps was there, and we got to do some amazing karaoke. That was awesome of him to put on that event and make it happen. Had a tremendous time. So shout out to Fernando.
Yes, absolutely love him. Just awesome dude. All right, let's see, or we'll finish this here. Koba G has a couple of accounts. So okay, let's go. Planet Vampire says, I bought my biggest bag of Omi 95% lower than my initial purchase price. I'm very grateful for all the community here keeping me and teaching me the correct mentality during the bear market. Are comments like this what keeps you going? Are comments like this that you say like, hey, the FUD and the hate is all worth it, when I know some people are listening and they're setting themselves up for life-changing money?
What keeps me going is when I started YouTube back in December 2020, really, and I started making videos, my thought was, look, there's a lot of people who think about investing all wrong, but there's some people that understand money better, or they're willing to understand money better and investing right, and I want to attract those people, the ones that really want to get into substantive research on these projects and stuff. And I hope I can attract a community that makes it worthwhile for me to at least have a YouTube channel, not for the money I would make going this direction, but for bringing a community together of like-minded people. Because here's what I realized I was missing in 2020 leading into 2021. I was like, I don't know enough people that think like this, and I'm missing too many deals out there. I want to create a community of people that understand how to look rationally at companies and do substantive research, so I miss less amazing deals out there. And so I hope to be able to create that community, as well as attract people who are willing to go against the grain, because remember, 95% of people don't really do things like this. So you have to be willing for people to shout you down in order to do things right? Buy when there's blood in the street, even if it's your own blood. That's hard. Most people won't do that. And everyone's running around like, there's so much blood in the street. What the hell are you doing? You're doing it all wrong. And it's like, you're actually doing it all right, and they are doing it wrong. And you got to be able to withstand the pressure of going against social acceptance. If your goal in life is social acceptance, you're going to fail as an investor. Because if you're buying low, everyone is telling you you're stupid. When you're selling high, everyone's telling you you're stupid. But I suspect it could attract a community like this. And we have in my private Discord, which you can only access by joining the Patreon. That's kind of like the gatekeeper. You join the Patreon, and then allows you to connect to the Rainmaker Discord. I've grown a family of Rainmakers who think this way, and that keeps me going. The fact that people are really benefiting by this, seeing so many of them dollar cost average during the bear market, like what Planet Vampire is talking about here, and knowing what that's going to turn into, that maybe some of those companies fail, but not all of them will. And the ones that succeed, and probably the majority of them will succeed, the profits are going to be tremendous. And that gets me excited. It gets excited for me to know, like, I know how this is going to work out for them in general. And that gets me super pumped up. And a lot of that hasn't fully played out yet. A little bit of that's played out. A bunch of my rainmakers seen their portfolio go crazy the last 2 weeks, and they're super excited. You ain't seen nothing yet. It's going to be much bigger during this bull run.
So before I get to the next Omi question, Michael Saylor is having a Bitcoin watch party, and there is 1.9 million people watching, which is just heckin' nuts. Anyway, moving on. So Michael Saylor does say there's going to be a 100K party. When Omi pulls off the unthinkable, Stan asking, is there a channel planned celebration of epic proportions? Yeah, what do you want to do? How do you want to celebrate when Omi, and what point do you go in and say, hey, now we party? Is it half a penny? Is it 1 cent? 5 cents? I'd like to have a bunch of parties all lined up. It's like at the end of graduation at high school, you don't want all the parties on the same 2 weekends. You want to have you want to coordinate, so you have like 2 parties every week for the rest of summer. How do you want to plan?
It'd be really fun to put something together in maybe Vegas, something that has tons of flights going in and out. The traffic there really isn't too bad. If we plan it away from when other major conventions are, like hotel accommodations are pretty cheap, so that people will be able to get there and be able to get accommodation pretty cheap, so we can spend the money on the party, right? That would be fun. Maybe something like that would be a cool idea. I really would have to put some thought into it. I don't like organizing that, but maybe we can talk my wife into it, talk Mrs. Rain into organizing something like that. That'd be fun. Or like the truth is that VeVe Magic or VeVe Fam Bam or some of these ladies that have great organizational skills may be willing to do something like that. Maybe if, big Omi goes to like 5 cents or 10 cents, it's like, let's put together a party. And then whatever the costs are, everyone just pays like the tickets. Like it's not a money-making type event, but there'll be a cost to it in that, like, renting the venue and the food that's there, and really the tickets just offset that cost. So we could totally do something like that.
So speaking of doing crazy stuff, I have a friend texting me saying push Definity. So when Definity does just a 10x from here, bring it up to 48 cents. I know that one guy said he would get it at $1. He'd do a tattoo. I'll have a tattoo that people in the Definity Telegram will have heavy influence over. I won't get anything on my face, but I will get a tattoo, and it could be Definity related. It could not be Definity related, but that is up to the community. Stan says the team deciding to NFT themselves seals the deal for me. That these guys know what's coming. They are goated. Yeah, there are some people that are saying that, like, oh, maybe this is a little bit egotistical, but there's some people saying like they wouldn't do this unless they knew that good times were happening. What's your take on that?
Well, I think Epico really pushed them to do this. I think they okayed it, but it wasn't Dan and David's idea. I think it was Epico's idea to do this. And like the truth is, like, Dan doesn't, David particularly does not have an ego. And Dan, when I met him, he is so cool in person. He's actually like quite chill. I have not had a negative experience with him at all. Every time I've seen him in person, he's so dang cool. Even when we were doing the VeVeverse demo like 2 years ago, and he was having to act as a tech, and he's like putting on the headsets for people and walking them through it. Totally stressful environment because there's a long line and people couldn't do it very well. He was cool as hell in that kind of stressful environment. So they are goats, and it's cool that they're doing this NFT of themselves. They probably wouldn't have done this themselves. I'm glad someone else did it because, I don't know, I think Dan and David NFTs are dang cool. I'm excited that there's some coming out. I bought the Epico ones that were launched of David like 2 years ago. They're not official VeVe ones. But like, yeah, I always wanted cool things of David and Dan.
Same, agreed. There has been much debate on which way we should go. And I'm going to say like 80% of the people want the big guns first, but there are 2 options. You can go and you can get listed on smaller exchanges first. And this way you have a little bit of a pump each announcement that you get. But then the other way of going, that which a lot of people want, they want the Coinbase and Binance listings first. And then in that way, if they do it, it seems like they might miss those pumps, but they might have all of those other exchanges just renegade list in general because they don't want to miss out. Which way do you think would be best for them?
really the big exchange for them to get is Coinbase. Binance's reach was muted. The US went after Binance in a massive way. Why? Because they wanted it under American control, and they wanted it under FTX control. So it was really an anti-competitive play for them to go after Binance, and they muted their impact because Binance.us doesn't have a lot of tokens listed on it. I would like to see Binance have a lot more prominence. It used to be the exchange. It really was fairly new in 2017. It really came in like as the coolest exchange in 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021. And then because of the SEC, they had to kick all the US investors off it, which really muted its reach. But it is a fantastic exchange. I think CZ is awesome. I really like who he is. I would love to see Binance become more prominent, but this is just, the US wanting to push it into the hands of people who are donating large campaign funds to US politicians is what I think it was. It's a total anti-competitive play under the Biden administration. Shenanigans is what I would call it. I would like to see Binance be a bigger deal. Its impact, getting listed on Binance wouldn't do anything because all the people who could buy it on Binance can get on, MEXC or other exchanges right now easily. So sure, it would, there's more people in Europe and stuff that use Binance, so it would have greater reach that way. But getting access to the US markets is the big deal, and easier access to US markets. Apparently they have that a little bit. If you can buy it through Coinbase connecting to your account right now, then some of that is there. But being able to buy it and hold it directly on your Coinbase account, I think is a big deal. That is the big play. So a Binance listing, I don't know that it would do that much. Maybe in a total up environment where people are just looking for an excuse for prices to go even crazier, maybe it would. But Coinbase listing is the big deal.
Agreed. Enigma saying OMI is pulling back down. Now, granted, it has gone after this major pump as low as 000410.
That's not necessarily pulling back down. That's just like a flag that happens. Here, I'll share my screen.
Oh, yes. While you're answering that, Call Me Filthy is saying, that's a great name, saying, I have another bag, or I need another bag. Do you think we have another drop to the 0003s, or do you think that because the biggest downturn we've had since we've gone past 0004 is going back down to 000410? Do you think the 333s is over? Can we get back down there? Do we have enough time to fill our bags one last time?
Don't know that you do. If you're really lucky, I'd say 2/3 chance you don't. This is a little flag movement, usually before it breaks further to the upside. So look how it did this little consolidation here. And then 2/3 chance it breaks to the upside from here and runs higher. So I don't know. Maybe if the overall markets, because so much in the market has been running, if the overall market has a pullback, then maybe OMI will pull back too, and you get a chance in the 0003s. 0005 was always a gift, and we're below that. So even at today's price is amazing. 0003 was like too good to be true. In fact, in this price range was like heaven sent. Anyone who was able to buy a whole bunch at this amazing price, you got a gift, a huge handout. Like that's like so cheap, it's almost free.
Yeah.
Cool. So I got to roll because I'm taking the missus out for some fun tonight. Like
very nice.
Wednesday nights. But we kept this going only so long because Bitcoin was doing amazing things, breaking 100,000, and 2/3 chance this breaks further to the upside too, just like we were looking at OMI. So, geez, that's crazy.
A reach.
While we're live.
Do you mind if I keep going, or be like, Randy, we've gone far enough?
Yeah, you can keep going. Cool.
All right. Cool beans. Ray, obviously love having you here, always and forever. Let me know next time you want to hang, call, do whatever, and we'll talk soon.
All right. See you, Randy. See you, everyone.
Bye-bye, Randy. Hey everyone, how's it going? We're back here all alone today. Fernando Jimenez saying OMI up 26% on the day. And again, it is nothing goes up forever. So when you do have Enigma going saying OMI is pulling back down, Yes. Does it? Again, nothing goes up forever, so you can't expect it to just have that. Again, let's go over the last 7 days. You can't expect it to have that massive green candle and it not to pull back and consolidate just a little bit. So we'll see where we go in and land at over the next couple of days. Typically in early December, historically, it hasn't been that good for crypto. And then you usually have a Santa rally over in late December. But this cycle is just a little bit different than the previous ones because you have Uptober that has been nicknamed like that. You usually have a very strong October, thus the nickname Uptober. But we didn't get that this year. I think part of the reason was because people were worried about the election. And then when the election turned out favorably for crypto, people went and said, oh, they went nuts. All of those gains that we were supposed to get in October were really shoveled into November. We had this massive run. And again, typically we have a low first week in December, and then we have that Santa rally at the end of December, taking us through mid-January. But that doesn't seem to be happening. We just seem to continuously keep on running, which is very nice to look at. I don't know if we get another drop that's going to be in the 0003s. I definitely want to ride this Bitcoin wave. Crypto Rain says 2/3 chance that we don't go back in the 0003s and that we just a little consolidation here before the next leg up. I'm curious to see what Paul says over on Crypto Rain's channel, where he does do a lot of that TA, does a lot of technical analysis. I think I remember him saying 00 or 0005 was that resistance. So that might be another piece of resistance for us and come back down. I think if we go over the last couple months, it's really been this. Like we've been up to like 4.8 a couple of times over the last few months, and we've just shot right back down from there. So do we have to reach that again before going back down? Do we break through that? You know, we're not sure. Again, we did have some leaked messages from some of the fudder groups that had said, hey guys, I actually think Omi's going to run in Q1. Again, that wasn't really said based on any particular data point. It was just a feeling that they had. But again, if even fudders are starting to recognize that, hey, it's going to run, let's start, buying in. I don't know what that means as far as like, are they going to suddenly turn positive this way because it pumps their bags and sell on new people? But again, I don't. When it starts to run, the flippers will go in and say, hey, I made my 3x, 4x, whatever. But I'll say that this could do even another 4-ish x from here, going to 000 or to 002. And if I would get a large influx of capital, I would still buy there. But again, that's me. Obviously, none of this is financial advice. That's just something that I would do because I see it having a lot more room to run. Rain says he wasn't going to take profit for like a 30 to 50x, which would be bananas. However, he did say that he would have no issue selling at like a 10 or 20x from here if there's other stuff like Bumper or Definity or Devi, stuff that really hasn't run yet. Now, obviously, Devi, we've had like a 3x from its bottom. Bumper's had like a 50% run just from today. Bumper's up 50% today. Let's check that real quick. See if that had gone any, 49.6%. When you have that in one day, now granted, they had a super small market cap of like 3 million. Now it's 4.1 million fully diluted. But again, if Definity, I just told people on live that I would have when it reaches 48 cents, I'll get a tattoo of it. Michael Taylor is doing a Bitcoin watch party with 1.8 million people watching. I think now it's like 1.9. It's 2 million people that are watching right now, which is heckin' nuts. It is staying at that 102, 103 level. Jimenez is up 26% today. Abso-heckin-lutely. Pink Band says marketing is a game changer if your timing is right. 100,000%. What are the odds that they do some marketing, that they time the marketing? Or do they time the marketing, or do they go and say, hey, it's ready, let's just roll it out? Heck the timing. I would rather the latter because we haven't had any marketing up until this point. So I would be very excited for it. But maybe that's just the FOMO in me. That's just the people say, let's just pump it. Again, if you have the timing, if you want to time that, which I think they've done pretty well already as far as not doing anything in the bear market, because you've had a ton of people, Artifact, the latest in the amount of people that have raised hundreds of millions of dollars. And what do? They waste it in the bear market and they go kaput. Not really good for their investor. Again, a lot of people that had wanted Akomi and VeVe to do the same thing, they might have bankrupted the company, and that's why you do have to listen to the people that are in charge, that have done this type of thing before. As I hope the Omi documentary is incoming. This has been the best thriller in altcoin history. Yeah, it's been. Well, I'll say this: there's definitely a VeVe documentary that'll happen. Obviously, Omi will be a part of that. Do they go and they have a separate Omi documentary by themselves? I don't know. I would like to think that it would be a big enough part of the VeVe documentary that they don't need it, but we'll see. VeVe Wheels says, I'm in it to win it. Wheels, I love you, man. Such a cool dude. Can't wait for you. Can't wait for all of us to win together. VeVe Ben says 10 cents for me. My bag isn't that big yet. Same. A lot of people have literally, like, the other day, like 3 days ago, I had a buddy of mine saying, like, hey, I went from like 105 million Omi down to 80 million Omi. I'm just putting in other stuff right now, and in 2 months I'll be back. I was like, listen, I can't tell you what to do or not to do, because 3 months ago I would have said, like, hey, might not be the best idea to do that. Omi could run at any moment, and then they would have missed out on those gains. So they did that, and unfortunately this time it did not work out for them. They might have made something on the bag from a couple days ago. I don't really know what they bought, but again, to have a guest to come on and join you. Oh yeah. Let's get somebody else on here, shall we? Let's go to let's have another guest come on. Do copy link, and then we'll do, what is his name? Call him a cosmopolitan, and I'll say, like, sent to your Telegram. We're going to have another guest on here, and we're going to go advertise it on the X as well and be like, hey, everybody, hey, all you people, let's requote, come welcome at Crypto Cosmo as we celebrate the good times. Celebrate good times. Come on. All right, meow. $Omi. Hashtag VeVe, and then we will continue getting this bread. Okay, let's go. Yeah, so that's 10 cents is a lot, and I'm not saying we don't get there. It's very, very possible, but I will not have 193 million Omi by the time we get to 10 cents. I'll have like less than half that. I might have like 50 million Omi still at that point, which would be great. That'd be an extra $5 million. But I will have definitely sold a decent amount before then. My bad.
Hey, what's up, dude?
How you doing, buddy?
Oh, so good, man. I've been watching your whole stream. This has been a good one.
This has been great. I appreciate the research you've done going in and buying some of that Omi with Apple Pay. That was on the, where'd you do that? Did you do that on MetaMask, on Coinbase Wallet?
Yeah, so I connected my Coinbase wallet. I never even had Coinbase wallet before. I've always used MetaMask. Mm-hmm. So I was like, let me figure this out. I went into Coinbase. There's a setting in there that allows you to look at Coinbase wallet. And then in the settings of Coinbase wallet, it allows you to connect to your Coinbase so that your bank accounts or whatever you've got connected to upload payments to on Coinbase, you can then make those same payments on Coinbase wallet, which allows you to buy Omi on that. So I did it from my bank, honestly. I didn't use Apple Pay. I used just my bank, and it worked seamlessly. It was really easy, actually.
Okay, sweet. So I don't mean to just like throw the spotlight on you, throw you into the fire right away. Well, I'll ask you this first. You are invested in what, like 80 different projects? You're invested in like a bunch, right?
Yeah. I think it's over 160 now. I keep a spreadsheet of it all because I can't keep track of it otherwise.
So obviously you can't know all of those projects intimately. You probably just keep an eye on them, keep your finger on the pulse. But how many of those do you know, at least maybe not as well as VeVe and Omi, but how many of them do you know in that same level, that the S tier, that you know more than the average bear?
Yeah, honestly, probably less than 20, honestly, where I really keep track of. There's just not enough time. Like, there's a bunch of degen projects that I've thrown things in, right, that make up a portion of that. And then there's a bunch of projects, maybe 75 or so that I've thrown like a grand or two in and just kind of playing with it to see if it can even do anything. And there's substance behind the project, but I don't follow it like super closely. just kind of bought during the bear market or through pre-sale type things through VC. And so we'll see how things roll out.
Cool. And on a day like today, how do you celebrate? Do you celebrate with like a plate of cookies and watching the real Randy Chavez stream with your boys, Rain and Dr. Stuff? Do you hug your kids, or the kids are like, how do you do it?
Watching the Omi is my homies channel. That's how I celebrate a day like today. 100K Bitcoin. I was telling my wife about it. Oh, so it's just cool. It's just really cool. So I don't know that we're going to do anything like specific. Just exciting, honestly. And it was fun watching your guys' show.
It's been great. I've had a lot of fun. It's been a good one. Got to celebrate the good times.
So crazy. Yeah, good timing for this show to have it going during the 100K mark. That's awesome.
That is so special for me. 99 Crypto says realistic price for early 2025 and late 2025. I think that might be the wrong question, because you could have the blow off top in the middle of 2025, and the early and late 2025 could be the same. I don't think the blow off top for Omi really does come till late 2025. Early 25, I'd say if we ended at Q1, maybe 002, 003, and then late 2025, Q3, Q4, I don't know, like 3 to 5 cents, being conservative about that. But what are you thinking?
Yeah, it's like, what scenario is going to play out this cycle? Is it going to happen like last time, where there was, a relative blow off top in March or so, or whenever that was, kind of earlier in the year, and then it settled down big time in the summer and then hit up again late Q3 and Q4? Or is it going to happen like it's happened in previous cycles, where Bitcoin's going to kind of keep running all through that bull run year and then top out in Q4 of that year? I have no idea. Like, honestly, for the longest time, I kind of thought it was going to be where Bitcoin was going to run throughout 2025 and top out in October. Things are just happening so fast all of a sudden with the election going towards Trump. And I almost see things playing out with a huge pump in Q1 as he takes office and starts the initiatives that he's talked about. Whether that be like a Bitcoin reserve going, if they start pumping and buying Bitcoin, I see China buying Bitcoin. I see tons of companies trying to keep up. And I think that has a major pump factor to the token. And then I see it pulling back in the summer. So I don't know. I could kind of see it going either way, but maybe more towards that way is where I'm leaning.
I understand. What are your thoughts on super cycles? Is that something that's just theoretical and has never proven to happen and will never happen? Or do you think that because of the interest rates that we're going to get cuts on and the market melt up that might happen, that it's all but confirmed?
Yeah, my version of super cycle aligns with what Rain mentioned earlier. Is I see super cycle as just how high it pumps. So for me, I do see this as being, a super cycle, I guess, if you say, compared to last cycle, certainly, where I see the multiples of Bitcoin going higher than it did previous. For me, like, I made a comment where I see Bitcoin going up to 250K this cycle. So that's my version of super cycle. I still think the 4-year cycle will play. I don't think that there's going to be this elongated cycle that's going to last like 6 to 8 years. That's just my opinion on it, though. But to your earlier question on what price I see Omi going to, I always said, within the last couple of years, I've said I see it going to 5 cents this cycle, and I'm still sticking to that. So we'll see.
Yeah, that makes sense. I would. I can't wait.
I can see it getting to 10, but 5 is kind of like, that's where I think it will go.
Yeah. Says, please design a Cavella Anderson shirt from the rise of Omi. I don't know if I want to use, if I can use his likeness legally. I feel like that's grounds for like a lawsuit there if we want to do that. But I guess if how do you go and stick it to the fudders? Do you just live your best life and that's the best revenge? Or do you go in and you make some posts, you make a video? I feel like you're a better person than me, so I'm curious.
Dude, I don't even care about it's satisfying to see it go up, but I just leave it at that personally. Yeah. Like, I may make a post, like I'll make posts and stuff to just show like the excitement that I'm feeling as the price goes up and just like, this is awesome. But that's it, man. Like, just let the success speak for itself of the token, and then yeah, I don't get into the I gotcha type stuff.
Yeah, I feel you. Give that a look. So on your, again, you can be a bit more mature there. Are you going to have any like frivolous buys? Are you going to be like, you know what, I deserve this gold-plated dunny? Or are you going to get like buy an ice cream store? Or is it just like, no, I have kids, I'm saved for college and all that?
Like I don't know. I haven't really thought too much of like just some out of control like buy or so. Like I have some things that I have planned that are like a house. Like we've gotten our thoughts on like a type of home we would want to buy depending on how the market goes for us, and then a certain car. But again, it's like, yeah, like I wanted to get a Tesla S Plaid, right?
Yeah.
There's supercharged version of it. And so it's just things like that has kind of been some of our talks, but nothing just kind of crazy out there that we've kind of talked about.
I feel you. I might do. So obviously this is a not a crazy long one. This is just almost 3 hours here. If we ever get Pokemon, I will do a 24-hour stream. I unfortunately, those just happen. I can't plan that unless you were to tell me, hey, we're gonna have a big announcement this day. Wink, wink. Pokemon, prepare for it. And maybe I could do it in a way that they announce it on like a Wednesday, but I do the 24-hour stream on Friday. What day might be best for you that you would be able to go and join on something like that? It could be, and we could go longer, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, Saturday's the best day probably for something like that for me. Yeah, work picks up and it's super busy throughout the week, so yeah, Saturdays.
I can't wait for that. I'll keep you in the loop for it.
Can you imagine even just like the Pokemon TCG Pocket game, like that fulfilled such like that just scratched an itch that so many people had to be able to play Pokemon in a different way and collect in a different way. And so if it comes on VeVe, that will be epic. It'll be fun.
Oh, dude. So you've gotten, you have an account and you played on that. What level are you on?
I have to double check. I have just done mainly like the premium account. I really haven't paid for any packs or gold beyond that. So I've just kind of moved along steadily here. Nothing special. Let me pull it up.
I've had a
what level are you?
A pretty low one, like 23. I haven't got I'm not like Johnny Dunn, who's like level 50, which is nuts.
He's going crazy. It's epic. Let's see. I am 23. What did you say you were? 23
oh yeah,
as well?
23. Same. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Let's go. When it first came out, I put my name is VeVe on it. It's VeVe. So I decided to do that because it's I don't know, just to have that name, and I promised everyone like I'll be the very best representative I can. Always bowing out. Like I don't know what your strategies are for decks, but one of them is just having 2 Misties in your deck, having a big water deck, and just YOLOing her where you flip as many coins as you can for heads in a row, and you're allowed to put it on their first turn.
Yeah.
I've gotten quite hecked with that. I can't. There's no like good counter for it. What's your favorite deck? Is it grass, fire, water?
Yeah, I've only built one deck. It was kind of like in the early stages, I was just going hard for like the best card I got right away. I was opening like a few packs of each of the 3 kinds, and I got a 3-star Charizard. And so I immediately started trying to build my deck around that. And I was not getting good cards for the longest time. And I just kept going on the fire deck. So I just decided to stick with the fire deck until I built it. So I went the route with like the double Moltres, the Ponyta, or like the Rapidash and the Ninetales route with the Blaines. And so that's the deck I've stuck to. And it's done pretty well for me.
Yeah, I like the fire decks as well. At least in the cards, I was a fire specialist back in the day. That was really fun to do. I mean, it wasn't even the second generation yet. In Gym Challenge, so in the old school cards, you had Charizard that had 100 damage for its fire spin, but you could have cards that had 120 HP, and you can't really get them with one attack. However, in the in the Gym Challenge series, there was Blaine's Arcanine that had an attack that had 120 damage, and you could take out any Pokemon with one attack. I thought that was really cool. I enjoyed that.
That's interesting. Like, this is all pretty new to me. I played the Game Boy game of like Pokemon Yellow as a teenager, and I loved it. It was a fun game. And so I learned like the first 150 Pokemon and tried to collect them all and all that. But then as the new games came out, I didn't really get a chance to get my hands on one. And so I was totally unfamiliar with all the new Pokemon and had just kind of like been aware of what those first 150 were ever since. Enjoyed the concept of it. And this is my first time kind of getting back into the Pokemon scene. And so I'm just kind of refamiliarizing myself, and the whole HP and all of that, and the move sets associated with it. It's all pretty new to me, but it's been fun.
Did you ever learn any of, not like cheat codes? Did you ever get Mew in the original Yellow game?
I don't think I did. I got Mewtwo right at the end, but I don't think I ever achieved Mew. I can't remember it, so I'm guessing not.
There was first off, let's add Mr. MC1 over here. Hello, my bae.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
My other bae.
What's up? Hey, and just to put this out there right now, so you don't think I'm just bailing on you, Mr. MC1, but I've got about 5 more minutes that I can join on here, and then I got to bounce. So cool. I am pumped that you're on here for these last 5 minutes.
Yeah, man. Randy sent me a note, and I was like, this is such a historic day. It's great to be with the VeVe fam today, man. What an amazing day. Bitcoin's hitting 104K or something now. So
yeah, I just I'm glad you're here, because I just got we just hit the 900 viewer mark, so I thought that was a good time to get a picture. I got a nice picture.
Let's do it, guys. Let's do it.
Let's welcome at Mr. MC1. I was telling Crypto Cosmo about the way that you can get Mew in the original Red, Blue, and Yellow games. It was really hard to do. What you had to do was go defeat the Nugget Bridge, the Nugget 5 bridge, defeat that rocket person on top. Don't battle the trainer in the grass next to the Nugget Bridge. That's right next to where Mewtwo's cave is, Cerulean Cave. You have to catch an Abra, which is really hard, because after one attack or one Pokeball, it uses teleport and it goes away. You could potentially have like another Pokemon that knows Disable to prevent it from doing that, because it only knows one move. But after you get him, you have to battle the Misty's trainer, her first one at the gym. You have to use Tail Whip to lower its defense 6 times, and then you have to go and beat it. Beat that trainer. You have to go back and go to that trainer that you didn't fight that's next to Nugget Bridge. You press start as soon as the exclamation point hits the head. Okay. And then you have to teleport with your Abra going away from there. And then once you go up to Nugget Bridge, then Mew appears. So it's really convoluted. It's really crazy.
Randy, I'm pretending like I understand everything you just said, all right?
Yeah. I know. As you're explaining that, I was like, yeah, that confirms.
But listen, man, you're like a walking encyclopedia of Pokemon. Your knowledge of Pokemon is incredible. Randy, you absolutely must host, a stream once a week or a couple times a week just on Pokemon. And let's do it, man. Let's get Dr. Rolex. Let's get Gubba. Let's get a couple of these guys on the channel. And let's get the Pokemon card game guys to come on the channel as well. We'll figure out how to get them on. I can reach out to Al, see if he knows somebody there. Otherwise, I'm sure David or Jeremy know people there too. So we'll sort that out. But let's get that going, man.
That'd be great. I would love that.
I have the card game. I mean, I don't know what those cards are. I mean, I just keep collecting them and I keep going for it. I haven't spent $1 yet. I'm too cheap for it, man. I'm like, let me see how long I can hold out. One fine day, I'm gonna just go crazy on it. But
I know. I'll tell you what. The one thing I'm trying to do on the Pokemon game, because like I said, I'm kind of just reintegrating and figuring it all out. But I'm trying to just do enough that I can get the limited edition things that you can get now, because they're limited edition, and so these first, second season ones, I imagine, I don't know if they'll be for sale, or I know they'll be tradable maybe. I don't know. I just figured I'm going to go for those.
That's great, man. That's great. Are you guys chatting crypto or are you talking Pokemon? What are you guys chatting about? Sorry,
I mean, everything. Because so we were talking, taking some questions from the comments here. I can't remember where it was. So I went back down. Cavell. Oh god. Where's the actual? Just talking about Omi.
Guys,
and then
today we got to only talk about two things, man. We got to talk about Bitcoin. We got to talk about Omi.
Yeah.
You know.
And then I guess,
bro, there's a bridge. You know, there's a bridge, bro. There's Bitcoin's already gone to the moon, and there's Omi right here. The bridge needs to be built, man. So you know the people have to figure it out. Like, you know, they have to, you know, go through all the other shit coins. They have to go through all the other meme coins and all the other stuff and say,
we're the bridge.
Here's a diamond. It's Omi. You know.
Yes.
So we're ready for that, man. Not financial advice, guys. We're just having a little fun here, but.
Did you see, Sanjay, that we were talking earlier about the you can now buy Omi on Coinbase wallet?
I saw that really viral.
I tried that today, man. And it works.
That's amazing. See, that's access. That's incredible access for Americans. You can just put it all on Amex or Citibank or Visa or whatever, man. Just put those Omi on it and kind of see where that rolls, right? But listen, man, you got to be responsible. I mean, just. You know, that's how you all get into trouble, right? We do stupid stuff like that, you know, and then we get in trouble. You still have to be smart. I like the access, but we have to be smart about it. I think, you know, with Omi, there's a lot of stuff that goes on in the back end that we don't see on the front end, and I don't know all of it. But I know that there was, you know, some lawsuit, there were some issues, you know, those things people don't talk about, we don't know about, and any rational person, right? Any rational person got to think, okay, so David Yu, he wants to grow VeVe, and he goes in and hires 150 people or 100 people or whatever, more than 100 people, and he's building it, and there's like all these IPs and all this stuff going on. The man also has like, I don't know how much Omi he has, like 20 billion or 40 billion. How much does he have, Randy?
Him and Dan, and I think somebody else has 30 billion each, and then the business development wallet has in the high 20 billion.
I forget all that other stuff. These guys have 30 billion each, right?
Yeah.
So that 30 billion is a lot, man. There's plenty of reasons to want this token to do very, very well. I mean, it's irrational to think that these guys want to fuck you with your, sorry, language, screw you with your, you know, like 10 million Omi or 50 million Omi or whatever. I mean, these guys have a lot of Omi, man. They're absolutely incentivized. Their feet are held to the fire. So if they're not, you know, stepping on the gas, there's a jolly good reason why they're not stepping on the gas. It's not because they've given up on it, whatever. Man, just we someday maybe the whole story of Omi comes out and we actually find out what the hell really happened and what was going on. And I'm sure that will happen too. But when I get into anything, I look at the quality of the people behind it. And I look at some of the fundamentals behind it. And when I first came in, I liked David and Dan, and I believed in them. That's why I went into VeVe, but I wasn't quite sure about the fundamentals of this whole thing. And then when they started kind of moving towards, hey, we'll do OUP, we'll tie it to MCP, we're going to do base Omi, you know, then they kind of partner up with Stacker. You know, there's a lot of issues, man, regulatory stuff. So sometimes it's best to kind of partner up with third parties, and, you know, there's many reasons to do that. I don't know all the reasons. We can ask Profits. Maybe someday Profit can explain all that to us too. And, you know, the moment Profit got involved, Dr. Profit got involved, now I know there's like not just these two guys, but there is a guy who actually understands this shit inside out. And he's committed. And he's also got a shit ton of Omi. And to me, that was enough. So it's like, okay, fine. You know, maybe there's some problem. You know, they can't do something immediately. There may be some restrictions, who knows, all those things, right? In different jurisdictions, maybe they're being careful. But I'm convinced they've started moving, right? All the steps, OUP, tied to MCP, tied base Omi, Stacker, all these things. So this means the train has started moving. It's not moving fast enough. You know, the VeVe ecosystem doesn't have as many new people as we'd like. And, you know, maybe that'll take some time. You never know how that goes, right? Maybe it doesn't. So we'll have to see how all those things kind of progress. But I trust these guys will do like 100% in the you know, medium to long haul. That's why I'm in. That's why, you know, after I saw enough momentum, I bought 40 million OMI. Then I picked up another. First I had 10. Then I bought another 40. Then I bought another 9, I think. And
So you're at 59?
uh,
You need 10 million more to get to 69. Everyone comment nice down below.
I might already be at 69, including the 10 million in the app. So it's possible. Actually, no, maybe I need another 10 more. I think I need another 10 more. Okay, that's doable. That's very doable. Randy, maybe I'll test that out with Coinbase and with what do you call it, with the with Apple Pay and shit.
Yeah, man. Well, I'll do this. I'll leave my final thoughts together. I got to run, but I totally agree with you, Mr. MC1. Like that's been my thoughts as well. I'm pumped to see Dr. Profit get on board, bring his expertise, and help build on that kind of side. I think there's a lot coming. I think there's a lot that we haven't really heard the full story. Love the team that's building the project overall. I think there is some fun times ahead. So with that, I'll leave you guys. Great. Thanks for having me on.
All right, Crypto Cosmo, you keep rocking, brother.
I love you, babe.
Likewise.
Bye, friendo. Oh, he's so cool. I love that dude.
Oh, man, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Randy, what a historic day to have the stream, man. Bitcoin's at 100K, man. How cool is that? Crossed 100K. Michael Saylor's been, he put
He's got like 2 million people watching him right now. And he's not even like streaming. It's just, he's just has the numbers up and people are just watching. Like that's wild.
That is amazing, man. He like these are days when you tip your hat to a guy like Michael Saylor, right?
Of course.
These are days you tip your hat to Michael Saylor. He's somebody with that kind of vision. Like all his peers, all the other CEOs are all, oh yeah, maybe they personally had some, but they were never willing to put their money where their mouth was. And he did, man. He did, and he kind of led the way, and he's been doing it for a long time, and it's incredible. I mean, in the end, we don't know how this whole thing will end and stuff like that, right? And on the other hand, you have like Jamie Dimon, who kind of said it's a scam, and he went like earlier this year, man. Like, what the hell happened? I don't know. And then in the meantime, his company's heavy into blockchain. They're doing all the other things on the blockchain. They've got their own coin, and they've got all this other stuff. They've got JPM Onyx, which is their blockchain. They're doing all this testing and all this other stuff. But he can't tip his hat to Bitcoin. Like, come on, dude. Like, what the F? Anyway, that'll go down in history as his sort of black mark,
Yeah, I really like people. So in the same way that, yes, everyone loves the winner. Everyone loves and admires people that have like a healthy lifestyle. They, look good, whatever. But I really like somebody that they had a decent life. They completely messed it up, whether it was alcohol, drugs, they hit rock bottom. But then they go in and they get it back. They say, I'm going to go back to college. I'm going to lose weight. I'm going to be a good role model for my kids. And in that same breath, it's awesome to be around like-minded people that have always kind of believed in Bitcoin, always believed in this stuff. But for somebody to go and say that I don't like Bitcoin, I don't like this, and then for them to like X amount of years later say that, what, I just didn't understand it. I was wrong. And now I'm pro. I really like those people a lot more because it's really hard to admit when you're wrong. For
sure. And tomorrow's newspapers, physical newspapers will be worth clipping, where it says Bitcoin crosses 100K. Those newspapers, physical newspapers, I might go and hunt for some and see, which ones the headlines are right. Go pick them up, clip them. And also, pick up the magazines. I'm pretty sure the magazines will cover it too. Keep those, maybe get them signed someday. But it's a very historic day, man. Very, very historic day. And it's a big day for all of crypto, man. All of crypto. All the other guys are all inspired, right? Everybody else is inspired by Bitcoin. Bitcoin led the way with this whole thing, and to see Bitcoin so recognized. So no matter who you are, whether you have like a predominance of Bitcoin or you have just a little bit of Bitcoin, and a lot of other stuff, it's still a big win for you guys because there's a huge opportunity here for the recognition, right? Everybody else is recognizing. There's a lot of people who recognize crypto now, and there's still some people who say, well, that's only Bitcoin but not the other stuff. That day will come when they say, oh, okay, it's Bitcoin and ETH. And then there's other stuff. And then they'll be like, the next things, and the next thing. So for everybody that's had conviction and held it, I mean, I know a number of people have a lot of Bitcoin. Kudos to you guys, man. Kudos to you guys. And you didn't get distracted, right? Like it's so easy to get distracted with all the other stuff. There's so much other shitcoin, meme coins, and other altcoins and stuff going on. For the guys who held Bitcoin, great, man. But I mean, a lot of other coins have done very well too. I mean, Cardano's done well, Ethereum's done well.
Yeah, XRP went nuts.
XRP has gone, crazy, bananas. Solana's done very well. I mean, I bought a whole bunch, maybe about 6, 7, 8 months back. All of that is up like 200, 300%, man. It's like, what the hell? I'm not selling. I mean, I'm just like, I got it all, man.
Yeah, enjoy the ride. I mean, a lot of it's going pretty awesome. There's so as far as historics, there have been other things. Like I've had it where Catwoman has sold out on the stream. I think who's the one that who's the Aquaman lady? Whatever that one was.
Oh, Namor?
No, the lady. I forget her name.
Oh, I don't know.
DC. And anyway, Myria. She had sold out on stream. And then obviously this being this is pretty historic. How do you go in and what else do you compare it to in your life?
Man, there's a few things that have gone parabolic that there's just, mobile phones, the first thing that comes to mind, there's a lot of ubiquity with mobile phones, right? Everybody has it now. And the internet is another one that's hit ubiquity. I think computers are ubiquitous now. So there's a lot of ubiquity with those things. Chips have become ubiquitous. If you look at NVIDIA and their meteoric rise, if you think about, a lot of the Office and those kind of things that we use, Microsoft Excel, Office, those kind of things, those also, pretty ubiquitous now. A lot of, apps are ubiquitous. Just broadly, I think mobile phones and internet technology have changed the world. And it's interesting in that, well, I think Visa and MasterCard are, before that, and also ubiquitous, right? Mostly ubiquitous, you'd say, right? People use debit cards and stuff like that. I mean, I get that there's a part of the population that's not exposed to it and they use only cash and stuff like that, especially in third world countries and stuff. But even then, when you look at those technologies that have penetrated 50 to 99% of the planet, right? Any of those things are just so ubiquitous. There's like a light bulb, right? So there's some things that are very ubiquitous. And I don't think that Bitcoin is ubiquitous as yet. I don't think blockchain technology is ubiquitous as yet. And AI is also not ubiquitous as yet. But my sense is that they're all going to become ubiquitous and they're all going to get connected too. You know what I mean? So you're going to have the interplay of all these technologies coming together. Blockchain with assets, with crypto and payments, with AI, with experiences, this whole thing, there's like a blur. Today they all sit in different buckets. There's a crypto bucket, there's a NFT bucket, there's a VeVe-verse and a metaverse bucket, there's a hardware bucket, and then there's all these other applications kind of. I think all that kind of starts merging, that comes together. It's happened before too in other technologies. There's sort of the bringing together those things. And I think the one, and cybersecurity, I think is one that's lagging, right? It's not kept pace with all of the stuff. Yeah. I think cybersecurity is one that will pick up. I mean, there's a real need for it, and people haven't really solved it. We hear the amount of rug pulls and all this other shit that's not been solved. And all the headaches that you have to go through to keep yourself safe also is not, like you want one-click safety also, right? The one-click safety doesn't exist. And even if you say two-click safety, just to be sure, it doesn't exist today. It's not really good. So those things I think will take time, Randy. But the field that nobody's talking about, not as many people, I shouldn't say nobody, not as many people are talking about, but will become the next big thing is quantum computing. So something that you probably want to keep your eye on, not financial advice, by the way, right? No, this financial, I'm not a financial advisor. This is all what I'm doing myself. So, but I look at quantum computing. I've looked at quantum computing over the last few years. I've had a couple of conversations about it with people. And as late as middle of this year, I had a conversation with like a scientist and a very senior guy in the space. And he said, well, quantum's probably 5, maybe 7 years out from being developed and being used, especially in areas like cybersecurity and stuff. And so, but because AI is blown up, now people have started kind of going into it. So, this, a lot of this quantum computing, people are starting to put money into it. And there's a ETF, and then there's some companies in the space. But that's an area which is super exciting. And at least it's something that I want to put, more of my time and effort into. I want to get in early, like everything you got to pick out early. And so I don't want to put too much money in it. But at the same time, today, the first time I actually moved on it. I took 10K and I put it in quantum. First time. Like I've studied for a long time. I said, it's a little ways out, let it go up and down, It's got no point locking up your money. Today's the first day I actually put. And I think it's still a 5-year plus play. But if you want to get in early on something, that's what you got to do, man. Anyway, so that's what I did today.
So how do you feel about brain organoids and using them? And so in certain ways, they are faster than quantum computers. How do you feel that those quantum computers are being disrupted by these brain organoids? Do you see any threat to your investments on that, or do you hedge your bets and invest?
What do you mean by brain organized? These are like this is basically the human brain that's assisted and is effectively faster than other things. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, they take some type of brain stem cells and they put clumps of them together and they create a biocomputer. And what scientists have noticed is that they've done a couple of tests with these, and let's say like computers like all binary, right? Where it's just 1 0 1 0. They've noticed that these brain organoid computers are more analog, where they don't necessarily have like the 1 0 stuff. They're more like shapes, and they could recognize and do certain things quicker because of the shapes that they
man.
see.
I don't know about this tech as much. I'll look into it. I mean, I am in the brain chip one, so I've got 2 investments in brain chips. One is outside the brain, one's inside the brain. So Paradromics is a company that I got in 5 years ago, 4 years ago, I should say, into Paradromics. I have an investment there when it was a really small company. So they've had more than 600 days of a chip in an animal brain. And now they've got FDA approval to do human, and they said they'll do it end of this year, first quarter of next year. So they're about 18 months, roughly about 18 months behind, 15 to 18 months behind Neuralink. But that's another technology which, if it works, it's going to be amazing, man. It'll be amazing. But we'll see what happens there. And then there's another technology that at least I'm hopeful it'll work, is nuclear fusion and laser together.
Oh,
and so basically there's a technology, there's 3-4 technologies in that general sort of the ways they work. There's 3-4 technologies. One is, where you use lasers for nuclear fusion. But if you solve that problem, you can get the energy that's in the stars, you can create on Earth, and you can control it, right? So you literally will not have all these other energy problems. If you can crack that problem, you've got abundant energy on the Earth, on planet Earth. And but anyway, there's a couple of nuclear scientists who are in our community as well, by the way. I know who these guys are. I don't, they don't talk stuff. They're very super secretive. I've spoken to them a couple of times. I've followed their lectures and this, what they've done in this space. That's another amazing field, man. But yeah, just getting back to crypto and stuff, dude. It's a big day, man. It's a very, very big day.
I'm very curious. There'll be this inflection point where you have these different types of solar panels and batteries, and you go in and you use them to mine crypto, and it's going to be strong enough at some point where you're able to do that. Now, whether they go in the form of solar panels, or whether somehow with Elon Musk, he's probably the only one that can do it, can build like this Dyson sphere to able to help do that.
Yeah.
What happens if like one company like that gets too powerful? Like he could easily go and put some mining equipment on his SpaceX stuff. They can go and mine asteroids for certain precious metals. I mean, is that something that, again, he could go and take over all of crypto? He could take over and become.
I think before he takes that over, he's going to take communication, man. I think with Starlink, he's going to take communication.
Cell phone?
By the way, did you see this?
The home energy. Is this a Tesla product?
Yeah, it's a Tesla solar. So my home is consuming 3.6 kilowatts right now, all right?
Mhm.
And it's coming from the battery. You see the power wall at the bottom?
I do.
And you see the grid?
Mhm.
So the grid says 0. So basically, there's no solar right now. That's 0. And the grid is 0. But I'm feeding my home from
the
my battery. The entire home, the whole thing, including my pool. Everything runs on the battery right now. And in the morning when the sun comes out, basically it powers the home and it charges the battery both.
That's awesome. So
And
essentially,
Randy, here's the if. So if there's a storm, right, coming up, so normally I buy at between 8 and 12 cents a kilowatt hour, and I sell between 2 and about 8, max 10 usually cents a kilowatt hour. But if there's a storm coming, suddenly the sell rate, for me to sell to the grid wants energy. So they offer me $1.60. Instead of 8 cents, they offer me $1.60 per kilowatt hour. And those are the days when I literally say, hell with my house. I drain my full battery, feed the grid, I'll make good amount of money, at least $150 in one shot. Just feed the full freaking grid. And then after that, I'll buy it back at 12 cents and I'll refill my battery at 12 cents, battery pack at 12 cents. So,
is that the auto bidder software?
I don't know what software it is, man. They came and Tesla came and set it up like 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, I think that's their auto bidder that they have, which is awesome.
Yeah, it's incredible, man. Like, what Elon has built, along with all these adjacent, it's not all Tesla technology, right? Some of them are inverters and stuff that they partner with other companies on, Enphase and stuff like that. But what they've built, what Elon has built, man, he's such a brilliant guy, man. He's solved, a lot of the solar type stuff. And it's not just about having solar panels and having energy. It's about how you use it. How do you deploy that technology in a way in which you make money? And they make money on it. And then there's EVs, there's Starlink, there's Neuralink, and then there's also the SpaceX, man. Like, the guy is incredible, man. He's definitely the most brilliant man now, man. I think when at some point they'll start comparing him to Einstein,
Oh, I'm sure. This is the smartest person on the planet right now, the once in a generation brain.
Yeah, and he's very brilliant too. I guess Einstein actually came up with the technology himself. Elon has the brain, but inspires a lot of it. Like, he's not doing all of it himself, right? The other people are building it, but he's got that vision to get it done. And I think it's great to see what he does. But hopefully Elon and Vivek and these guys also join in on the crypto party, man. Like right now, they're not saying that much, right?
Well,
they call it deals and everything, but
I think it was 2020, maybe 2021. I think Bitcoin was around 30K, and Tesla bought a bunch of it. They did,
right?
Yeah.
But I don't think he sold it. Apparently,
he did not sell it. He had to write it down for whatever reason, and people were like, oh, see, he's selling it because they didn't know that's what writing it down means. And but no, he still has it, so it's doing pretty well for them. For a while, they accepted
doing very well for them, man.
Yeah. for a while, they accepted both Bitcoin and Dogecoin for the cars. I think they did away with that, though.
Yeah, they did. Hopefully he brings it back. That'd be pretty cool, man, too. Well, think about it this way. Why would any sane company, luxury brand on the planet not accept Bitcoin? Anybody who has Bitcoin, by definition, is going to be high net worth and ultra high net worth.
Yeah.
And mega high net worth, or whatever you want to call it, right? And so if you're a luxury brand and you are not crypto friendly, shooting yourself in the foot, man. So those are the first guys. All these guys who sell yachts, guys who sell luxury handbags, people who sell all these luxury shoes and all these high-end equipment and stuff like that, right? All the luxury brands, man, they are the first guys who have to first say, we want your Bitcoin, bro. We want your Bitcoin. And they should open it up. And that should be the first real world application of this damn thing. Now, whether people actually use it, to buy anything or not, I don't know. But, like auto manufacturers, why would you not want to sell a luxury automobile, man? Why would you not sell a Ferrari or Lamborghini with Bitcoin?
And then you get the headline too.
Huh?
Because then you get the headline with it also. Not only do you get the cash that the
No, you get the freaking patronage of the guys, man. They support you, right? All the other guys. If between Ferrari and Lamborghini, one of them says yes first, the rest of them will support the brand that says yes first,
Yeah, 100%. And then they could just bring this back to digital collectibles. They could make an NFT of the first car that they ever sold with Bitcoin, and then that would go nuts as well. Oh, it's an NFT of the first car.
Yeah, but that, Lambo and all these guys already have NFTs, like I think is the easier bridge to cross, right? But I think what we struggle with, Randy, is acceptance, right? Even with Visa and MasterCard and all these things, all these new payment methods, right? They've all struggled with acceptance. Even like when you have Visa and MasterCard and you have diners, right? And Amex not as easily accepted as the others because it came later. Diners even smaller, right? Yeah. All these problems, right? And so my sense is that Bitcoin getting accepted, Ethereum getting accepted as forms of payments in more and more places will open up, that NFT market. Who knows how long it'll take, man? I don't know. There's a lot of haters out there too. Hopefully, a lot of haters, man. A lot of haters. Especially with the whole, with the previous regime and with this Gensler and all these idiots. Just kind of creating problems for everybody.
Yeah.
I think Gensler's one guy that Democrats and the Republicans both universally hate.
Agreed. But there's people that I know for a fact that weren't necessarily against it. But when Elizabeth Warren went out and said, like, crypto and Bitcoin are used to fund terrorists, then of course they're going to stay away from it. But now that a lot of this education's happening,
how much freaking crime goes on through the banks and their networks, man?
Yeah. But since Charles Hoskinson has gone on and met all these senators under the tutelage of Trump and all that, it seems like crypto, both on the right and the left, a lot of these people are again re-educating themselves. And that's something I want to talk to you about as well.
It's become non-political. It just has to penetrate. It's, over the next 4 years, with the change in leadership, in the SEC, and with all of the. See, I think there's a couple other things, Randy. So here are some of the things that at least on top of mind. I don't know whether I'm right or wrong about them, but I'll just it's chat between us, right? I'm not an expert on this space. So, number one, the new government wants to basically buy Bitcoin in the reserve, in the U.S. reserve. If the U.S. government buys Bitcoin its reserve, that legitimacy of the, as a real savings asset, number one, right? Number two, the rest of the planet's not going to laugh, right? The U.S. does it, they're not going to laugh because the U.S. has the ability to kind of go pick up more. And the rest of these companies around would also say, okay, wow, if the U.S. government is holding Bitcoin, maybe we should hold some, as a savings vehicle. I think that opens up a lot of people's mindset, at least in the corporate world, right? People who've been shut to this whole thing, all those guys, I think that changes the perception of Bitcoin. Hopefully the rest of crypto as well, but just the perception is, I think, the number one issue. I think the second thing is the new regime wants to make the US not just a place where Bitcoin miners can come and operate, but to be the capital of it. They want to actually attract all of the miners and make this like the capital of the world for Bitcoin mining. Yeah. Now, that is a very powerful statement. They're not saying, okay, yeah, you can mine Bitcoin. They're saying, no, we want to be the capital of it. We want to be the, the biggest in the space. Now, hopefully that's not just a political promise, right? Hopefully that's, they intend to keep it. And if that happens, China and Russia and all these other countries are not going to sit back. Even Canada is not going to sit back and say, oh yeah, we want to ban Bitcoin mining. They're going to be like, okay, we want a piece of the action. They're going to have local people try and do it. Who knows? Even they might even have state-sponsored freaking, mining and shit like that, right? Who knows what they do? But
oh yeah, they'll 100% have incentives.
It'll be for sure, man. They'll subsidize it, power, low cost of energy, and all these colder, on the colder climate areas and stuff like that. So they can do all that stuff. So that opens up globally a government level, chase to bring in that type of technology. And then finally, I think that just having if the US regulators open up and do crypto in a much more open sort of a manner, more collaborative manner, I think the rest of at least the Western world follows. I think the Europeans I think European countries, some of them are already a lot more, structured on all these things, but hopefully that happens. To me, those three things, Randy, are very positive signs. And it's not an overnight thing. I think it could take a year, 2 years, 3 years for all these things to kind of fall in place. But it opens up the opportunity for digital collectibles, all the other, applications of crypto and tokens and stuff like that. Obviously, there'll still be there's always the dirty waters and the shit part of it, right? With anything, there's always, there's always like the shit currencies and stuff like that. So hopefully, no, man, no.
Mark wants to be.
Mark's in Canada, right?
He wants to be American.
It's like using the N-word, right? If you're African American, black, you can use the N-word. The Canadians can call it the 51st state.
He wants to be American so bad. So I guess here's where we go, and we could find this amazing price discovery because, like you said, Canada, Australia, all these countries are going to want to follow America into being a Bitcoin haven. On the opposite end, again, crypto is going nuts. For one reason is that Fed Chairman Jerome Powell says that Bitcoin is a competitor with gold, not the US dollar, meaning that Bitcoin and the dollar can complement each other, and basically calling it digital gold. But then you have countries like South Korea that declared martial law the other day, and then you have countries like
that's a
France.
nut job fucking thing, man. Like, how do they do that? That's so stupid. I mean, is that guy almost gone now, right? That'd be the dumbest thing someone ever did in their life, man.
I assume he's going to be gone soon. And then speaking of gone soon, you have the French government, which collapsed today. Like, they had a vote of no confidence, and they're gone. And all of these countries, like, if you want to be popular and you care about your citizens, you're likely going to want to welcome any new type of currency that can help complement them. And I think that goes a long way.
Yeah.
But outside of that, you said things that we could all agree on before. Talking about metaverses, you were into, I think, spatial. You had a lot of other NFT projects. Have you heard of Visit Open?
Again?
Visit Open. They are coming to the Readyverse.
Okay.
The Readyverse has about 8,600 followers over on X. Visit Open has a little over 10,000 followers on X. And in like the next couple of hours, they're going to release their version of the metaverse, what they call Ready Player One. Do you think this goes and siphons people away from VeVe and VeVeverse? Or do you think this is a recruitment tool that VeVe can use and say, like, hey, look how good this is. We have something similar and we have better IP. How do you think that goes?
I don't know enough about it, so to make any intelligent comment about it. Yeah, man, I'll do Singapore next year. I can't do it this year, but next year I will for sure come out to Singapore, man. I go to Asia quite a bit anyway, so next time I'll go I go through the Middle East now, but next time I will go through Europe, but next time I'll go through Singapore for sure. But yeah, man, I don't know enough about it to comment on it, Randy. I'll take a look at it. But I think VeVeverse, I think people overestimate VeVeverse, because
they overestimate.
Yeah, because everybody's thinking VeVeverse is like the answer to everything, and once it comes out, it's going to be great. This, that, and the other. The reality is, it has to be habit forming. So if it's a desktop only version, it's going to be very slow adoption. If it's a mobile version with desktop, then it's going to have the highest adoption. If it's mobile, it has to be very fast. It has to be easy. It has to use a lot of very intuitive stuff. Because, the guys who do the real design, you can't do that on mobile. You have to sit on desktop and do it. So how do you build two worlds for something like a metaverse where there's one kind of thing which is 8K or whatever you want, and it's got all the bells and whistles, there's 500 buttons for different things, and all this optionality. It's super high res, and there's sort of this developer mode which happens on, desktops, and then there's sort of this light fly mode on mobile, right? Where the mobile version is less about super high quality, it's more about communication and chat. So it's a light version, and the mobile version is more interactive. It's just like X and Threads, or whatever, whoever you want to compare Threads to. Freaking, I don't know anybody. Maybe there's some people go on Threads and stuff, but X is the main platform now, right? Or
Yeah,
Instagram
100%.
is the main platform. Like Threads is just out there. So it's going to kind of come down to the number of people. If Weaverse ends up becoming more like an X, where there's people and they're communicating and they're chatting, and we pull people away from other things, like all the spaces are held there, the interaction is there, there's buying and selling and post buying, flex and all this other shit, right? If it and there's only so many people who buy on VeVe now, right? I don't know, it's like 2,000 people, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's like 12,000 monthly, but so
yeah,
here's
12,000 monthly active. Let's say all 12,000 kind of, are active in it. The question is, if you have 12,000 monthly active and 1,500, 2,000 daily active, VeVeverse will be a subset of that, because not all of them will do that on VeVeverse, right?
Yeah.
And the question is then, how does VeVeverse attract people that are not yet on VeVe but come into it? I think it's going to take a while, man. I just don't want people to kind of think that, the day VeVeverse launch is going to be massive. It's going to be beautiful. I mean, for the people that are in VeVe who waited for it are going to have a blast. But is it the thing that brings in all the new users and stuff? I think that still takes a long time, man. I think it still takes a long time. It has to go viral. It has to be easy. It has its own evolution of going from what it initially comes out to when it's evolved. And it has to become habit forming, right? Like I have to, like, when I get into VeVeverse, the question is, can I bring my brother, my nephew, my niece, my friends into VeVeverse, right? What's that ability? If that ability is infectious and you're able to bring them very fast, yeah, man, it'll grow, But if not, it's going to be hard, It's going to be super hard.
So we have a question from Mark saying, now that you've used both Spatial and the VeVeverse, how do the two compare?
Man, I like the features in VeVeverse a lot more, but VeVeverse is only on desktop. At least for me, it's only on desktop. I don't.
Yeah, for now.
If they're building something in the mobile version, I don't know about it. I haven't seen it. I haven't played with it. So I would say Spatial wins because of its mobile, access and ability. Yeah. But on desktop, and to be fair, I haven't gone into Spatial in a while now, so quite a few months. So actually almost 4 or 5 months now. So I don't know how much they've evolved in the last 4 or 5 months. But the VeVeverse was slower though. Spatial is much faster. Yeah. VeVeverse was slower in the beginning. Now VeVeverse is just as fast as Spatial, but VeVeverse has a lot more communication functionality. How you chat and how you do. And then VeVeverse also has way higher quality assets. And that may have changed now because, for VeVeverse to become faster, they may have taken it down a notch, some of them or whatever. Maybe might have gone to the lighter version. I don't know that for sure. But yeah, we'll see, man. Like, all these things are all hard to sort of call till it finally launches, right? Spatial's already launched. We'll have to see what VeVeverse launches with and then, have a comparison on it. But VeVeverse is very good for communication. I mean, if they're able to create that communication and make it the main place where digital people hang out, that'd be awesome.
The reason why he's laughing, Mark said,
okay, I don't know who's bumping on me, man. Like, how did the volume go from freaking 300, 400,000 a day to like 3.5 million? Like, how did it hit 3.5 million? Like, there's got to be some math behind. Is it like the old whales that are buying it? Is it people who left and coming back? Is it one dude who's kind of pumping it? Or is it some exchanges or some shit that's going on? Like, I have zero idea why it's gone up, why the volume is up that much.
Well, there's many reasons why it could happen. Obviously, you have Fanny and her calling the bottom, and that could be one reason.
Wallets, right? Like all the big wallets. Take the top 25 wallets on VeVe how much of this 3.5 million is bought by the top 25 wallets on VeVe? That's the first question. Do we know that, or can somebody do the math?
Well, because the VeVe wallets are not necessarily correlated to OMI wallets, especially now because the OMI wallets don't show up
leave
on the
VeVe then. Just OMI, right? We know which the token sits where. We know that, right?
Yeah. So
who are the biggest holders of OMI, irrespective of platform? We should know that, right? And see who bought.
Yeah. There is also, look at the exchanges that have it on. The top 2 exchanges for us, at least as far as volume last day, have been OKX and MEXC. Now, OKX, a lot of Asia, Europe, and then MEXC is one of the few places that you can get in OMI for in America if you have a VPN. But that's only if you have a VPN. And then there were 2 new exchanges that we got as well. One was Aerodrome. Let me take a look at it. It was, Aerodrome on base. And the other was TIRV or TRIV. And
when did that happen?
The last 2 days. Both
oh, really?
But there's the volume is very, very small on each of them.
So
they're
that's
like
not causing it.
No. But then you have the VeVeverse trailer, or one of the new demos that was released today. You have Ben going out and saying like, hey, we have hired like 7 new people, all in marketing. He's really disrupting that company over there.
I don't think all that's driving OMI, man. I don't think that's driving OMI.
So like, let's say like when you work out and like, okay, you take protein, you take your BCAAs, you take your creatine.
Yeah, okay.
And like,
did Gadenzi or any of these guys buy anything? Do you know?
So I have this theory, and this is all just theory here. There was a well-known fudder like last week saying like, hey, we have this Akomi Orbis lawsuit with Gadenzi that is starting today. And again, this was a week ago. And it says, we'll keep you updated. And again, this is a known fudder. Yeah. So he was.
Can you send me the information?
Yeah, I could send you the tweet.
No, you can send me later. Send me later. That's
okay.
Fine.
I think that person may have blocked me. I think so. I'll find it.
Okay. Anyways.
But since that time, that person has been conspicuously absent and quiet, where that person is never absent and quiet when it comes to something to FUD. So there's likely the case is going really well for Akomi. And I don't know what are the consequences of that, whether they are.
So do you know for sure there's some lawsuit going on?
Yeah. The as per that, you could look up the documents.
People make up all kinds of shit. I don't know about this stuff, but
well, you look up the documents. It started like a week ago or whatever. And now obviously I don't think the case is even public. I just or not the hearing is the rulings might be.
I typed in the first thing I typed was lawsuit, Akomi, Orbis. Nothing came up.
It's
other than
MB Technologies.
It's like older articles and stuff, so nothing really showed up. So it must be private.
It probably is. So there's MB Technologies and Orbis. I think that's who it's against. And
I know what MB is, but
that was Ben Gadenzi's company.
I know that. That I know.
Okay,
but,
all right.
That I know, but I didn't find anything. Anyway, whatever it is, man. So it's not. So you don't think it's some crazy kind of conspiracy
theory?
I
think, as I was saying before, like with working out and doing all of these things, not any one thing makes you grow massively.
It's not David. It's not Dan. It's not Profit. It's not Rolex. It's not.
I don't
Ernie,
know.
It's not your whales, right? Like you run the whale group, man. Like
right? and some of them have bought large amounts over the last couple months, but
nobody's bought, right? You don't know anybody that's bought in the last day.
Not on the amounts we're talking about. They might have bought another like 5 or 8 or 10 grand or whatever, but
that's peanuts, man. That's not.
Yeah, they're not doing 7 figures in this.
Okay, so basically we don't know who bought like a bunch.
No, I actually have one guy that's waiting to buy that the modern investor. He said like, hey, I have some high net worth individuals that are looking to sell because we're not on a stage. I was like, dude, DM me. I have one dude that's waiting to buy in the 7 figures, and I know that he hasn't bought yet. So because I was waiting to see if I can do this OTC deal with him. I don't know if it is somebody I know. They didn't.
You want to do an OTC deal then for what? You want to give him some OMI?
No, the modern investor says he knows a couple of high net worth individuals that were looking to sell. I was hoping to hook them up with my guy.
You were brokering it. Okay, got it.
Yeah. Honestly,
anyway, we'll see, man. We'll see what comes out here. But either which way, it's a good thing, to see OMI doing well, to see the price going up. But it's just one day, so it's kind of hard to jump up and down with joy. The question is, is 3.5 million volume today? Is the 3.5 million going the other way tomorrow, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah. So you have, you have people that also they track other tokens, like
That's true.
let's say Flow's done at 2.5x. You have other ones that are in this metaverse and in these NFT games that they've pumped and Omi hasn't. So it just seems that Omi was just last to pump. And part of the reason I think Omi is pumping or will pump a little bit harder is because the monthly NFT trades just for Omi and VeVe completely outshine Sandbox or Decentraland. Same thing with the volumes.
How much? Do you know the numbers on those?
They're old, but yes, Decentraland and Sandbox together, as of earlier this year in like spring, they had 1,200 monthly NFT trades per month together. The monthly NFT volume was less than $750,000 between both of them. The monthly active wallets was less than 1,000 between both of them, and the volumes on those were just so much bigger though. The volumes on, granted, they are metaverses, not just NFT stuff.
Yeah.
And then they just had a lot more holders because they were on a lot more exchanges and they had a lot more marketing done. So I think you have VeVe and Omi, which has much more amazing IP. The collectibles are incredible, but it's just the volume that hasn't been there. And again, you'll reach that inflection point where that does a swap and they change.
I think we will do well with all the art. Art will grow as this crypto space grows. There'll be a lot of art, money towards art, which will flourish. And that's what happened last time, right? Crypto pumped, and so NFTs pumped, right? Because you had money. When people make money, they're willing to spend it on art and shit like that. So that's number one. I think the other thing is also that the VeVe's, like Ben coming into VeVe is great because Ben can run the company and David can go do what he does very, very well, which is go strike even bigger deals and think bigger and build more and more things, right? So like just like he did stamps or whatever else, like go get Pokemon, go get Dragon Ball Z, go get music, get some real freaking absolute top class music, go strike a deal with some sports and athletes and stuff, and go strike some deals and related to the metaverse as well, right? Bring some brands into the metaverse, take the phygital business to the next level, start doing fashion. I think fashion would be very big, Randy, next year. At least I'm counting on it. Like next year's Gold Logo Party, I want a fashion show because I want to tie metaverse, VeVe-verse fashion to some real life clothing and see if VeVe can do a drop and also, like make those two. So Demobas is great. Christian Louboutin is great. And then if we can even bring in other brands that like Hugo Boss and this one, Varvatos, John Varvatos, or one of these other ones, that would be insane, man.
There's Liam saying these are the best down-to-earth, realistic takes on the VeVe Omi project I've heard in forever. Why, thank you, Liam.
What that, man?
I dig your Bruce Tim Harley Quinn over there. I really like that as well.
Oh yeah, I like that one, man. I have two of them, I think, upstairs. The actual physical statue.
Oh yeah, the physical one. Oh, that's so dope.
Yeah, man. I've been missing silicon a lot these days, man. I don't know what it is. But I've been missing silicon a lot.
Arbe. Maybe.
Yeah, dude. Like I've been missing him a lot this holiday season. I don't know why, but somehow I got triggered with somebody putting out something about 88 mints.
Oh,
I was like, shit, man, I miss this dude. Anyway, all right.
Yeah. Mark Quinn says, I think the people who are playing the narrative for AI gaming may have picked up on Omi after reading its description because there is going to be a lot of AI stuff in the VeVe-verse. Now, granted, the first iteration we're going to get is just going to be our showrooms, but I think people can think ahead.
Yeah, I mean, VeVe. So the thing that VeVe-verse, to your question about the question about VeVe-verse versus spatial stuff, VeVe-verse is much easier to place objects. So when you're building like for me, in spatial, it took me a very long time. I don't know what is it doing with that. Maybe when I was talking about spatial, it went down like that, right?
It still can't do that. It's not letting me.
But spatial, that's what happened on spatial. It took a lot of time to put things against the wall, bring it forward, backwards, line it up, tilt it, twist it, this, that, and the other. VeVe, on the other hand, has snap. It automatically takes it and it puts it straight. Then you have the ability to snap it at certain distances. You just don't have to do over and over again. It's so, it's much faster to put things on VeVe-verse. to fill up your pad. Once you know what you want to do, it's easy to kind of do that,
Agreed.
So that's a benefit. And I don't know how much, they probably don't use AI for it. They just use some regular technology. But I think, with the amount of collectibles that people like me, Rolex, Profit, and others have, we need AI, man. Like, oh God, like, can you imagine like manually putting 500 things itself is like such a pain. Like, we'd want to basically go into a room and say, create a Marvel room. So it brings all the Marvel assets into play. Put the top 10 most popular posters on the wall. On the left side, put Star Wars, and put Avengers, and this put Iron Man or whatever. Or then go into a room and say, hey, can you make this my Golden Moments room and display it across? Then look at it and say, okay, move. Put them all against the wall, or bring them in the center, or make this the centerpiece, or whatever. Like that type of command and help would be great. Can you make the walls red? Like, you don't have to go and click, 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 click. So I think that type of thing will come eventually, onto VeVeverse, and that'd be amazing if it does.
Yeah. There's so I've seen AI videos on TikTok where people have said like, hey, AI, I want you to, every time I ask you to do something, make it more of the previous version. So they say like, show me a cat. And then I'll be like, okay, show me a cat, but do it again and make it more cat. And then for some reason, eventually AI, it always goes to space and stars and nebulas and all that.
Yeah.
And then I think that'd be cool if they had that, obviously, in VeVeverse, and I do that with my Lokis. All right, put my 200 alligator Lokis there and make them as if Loki would be summoning an army, and then do it again and again.
Yeah.
And I'm curious to see what other collectibles they would do to present space. Do they put like the Coca-Cola orb and they make it really huge and that looks like stars?
Oh, you have no idea what these guys do, man. Like I saw what Tails and these guys, Falcon and these guys did, man. They take some of those, those canisters, and they made them huge, and it looks like it's like a, some kind of a pedestal. Sometimes a pedestal. Sometimes it's like a, like a jail that you trap collectibles inside. Sometimes a display case, and then they use the light, the natural light. Some of these collectibles have natural light, so they use those lights to kind of create different hues and, in the background and stuff. It's quite spectacular what people do. You have to have a lot of imagination for it, Anyway, Randy, I'm fading fast, man. I have a early morning start tomorrow.
Oh yeah, we have a meeting at like 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, right?
Yeah, dude. Like we have 11, but I have an 8 o'clock meeting with some other people that I need to get ready for too. So
wait, 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time?
8 o'clock. Yes, it starts at 8 o'clock Eastern, but I can join at 8:30 Eastern because the
damn. So you gotta get up early.
Yeah, man. I've signed up to do some stuff with Harvard, so they have this meeting in Boston, and some of us join by Zoom. So if you go there in person, you have breakfast and stuff. So I skipped the half hour, I'm on Zoom, so I don't need to be watching people having breakfast. But I do have a relatively early start, so 7:30 my time.
I'm gonna wake up at like 8 minutes before we have our meeting, and I'm gonna.
Well, let's see what let's see what happens with crypto tomorrow, and hopefully, it's all doing well, and there's more recognition and everything, and more.
I might still be streaming. Who knows?
You think so?
Well, I mean, probably not. Super chats will slow down. I'm getting kind of tired. I only have 24% battery, so I'd have to go upstairs and get the charger. But
all right, we'll chat then tomorrow.
There's 1,150 people here. Let's go.
All right, guys. It was great chatting with everybody.
Love you, MC1.
All right, meow meow.
So we have a lot of other comments to go over. Rick S says, "What? Yo, what up, Rick S? What?" Mark Quinn says, "You could say he's a real bro when it comes to." Mark Quinn, I love you so much, brother. You're hysterical. So what's your take on a device like Apple Vision Pro or the Meta AR glasses? So there is something that I had re-quoted before over on X. It was from Justin Ryan. Justin Ryan has a little over 5,500 followers over on X, saying, in a new Wired interview, Tim Cook called the Vision Pro the most advanced technology we've ever done and the most advanced technology in the world in terms of electronics problems. He sees AR as a huge deal and hinted at a lighter, more wearable designs in the future. Now, you also have Wojtek's Skutnik saying, I've been traveling without Vision Pro for the first time in a while, and only now notice how much of a travel improvement it became for me. A bit bulky, especially with the travel case, but I can't imagine life without it, honestly. If Mark Quinn saying, I recommend you guys purchase the Meta Ray-Ban glasses. It'll make you guys so bullish on the future of AR. And the AI in the glasses are mind-blowing. I don't have to take my phone out to take photos, which is heckin' wild. Now, what I had gone on Requoted and said, this seems to be some of what VeVe Official has to offer on these. VeVe and their digital collectibles are the perfect match for this. $ Omi. Woodbin says peanuts. Yeah, there's some people that I know that, yeah, they purchased, 10, 20K worth of Omi. And that's fine. And that could cause a little pump if we have like $250,000 in volume. But today we've had 3.9 or 3.89 million in volume. So obviously that's a drop in the bucket. That does mean nothing. Now, granted, each buy counts, and you're up 30% on the day to 00044, which is hella nice. But yeah, also that's really the last couple of hours. You've gone between 4.1 and 4.5, 4.6. Where does that land? Are we consolidating again? I mean, go over to see where we consolidated last time. Go back a couple hours when rain was on. He shows you that little consolidation before that leg up, and that seems to be what we're doing now as well. I think we go between 4.1 and 4.6 up until we don't, and either you break up or break down. Now, obviously, when going across the max version of Omi, it looks like it's been dead up until the last, really like the last month or so. And again, the longer the base, the bigger the breakout. And we had just a massive, massive base where we've just been going down for so long. And then obviously it seemed to have petered out. But then when you zoom in a little bit, it's like, oh, okay, we're actually doing quite well, especially over the last month. Absolutely got insane. Anyway, Leon says the pump suddenly must be people looking at XRP, etc., just seeing retail come back in, looking at projects that pumped and still has community and working company. VeVe does check those boxes. Agreed 100%. You said rock those boxes, but I think that was a Freudian slip there. State of my TJ Khaled. What? Okay. Any kind of VeVe metaverse is a big win. Let's be honest. Agreed. We have been waiting for this forever. How does it start off? Well, I'll tell you this. It looks a lot better than it did even 6 months ago, where the search bar was not good in the VeVeverse. Now it looks great. It looks like you can have lights in there and shadows, which are beautiful. You were never able to have those before. Yep, tick those boxes. Comeback Run says, I need some peanut butter jelly, Tom, peanut butter jelly, Tom, peanut butter jelly. Patrick Mahomes. Wait, this was a meme a while ago that said, like, I bet Patrick Mahomes eats peanut butter jelly or something like that. And I was like, is that an insult? Like that episode of Hey Arnold where Charles like, you walk like you have an umbrella in your pants. And then Rex Smythe Higgins says, like, oh, God, was such an insult. I don't know why I remember the names of those characters. Mark Quinn, I just read that. Pink Panthers, MC1, their best investment, Randy Chavez. He came on, it was X amount of, like 6 months ago, gave me $10,000 for 10% of my channel, and now essentially putting my channel at 100K. Now my channel has pretty much doubled from there. I think it's worth about 200K. So his $10,000 investment is now worth 20,000, and he has gotten like $2,500 worth of stuff from there since then. So he's had quite the number of good investment by him. Mark says, never thought I would hear Sanjay say meow meow. Yeah. I tend to let people, or I tend to have people continuously do things that they would never do if without me. WebVision 3 says, when Pokemon fam? I don't know, hopefully soon. I never put all my chips on that number though. I mean, don't get me wrong. If there's a way for us to get Pokemon, I trust in the team. I trust in David. I trust in Al. I trust in every single person that's working at it. And I'm not saying that we don't need it. Obviously, it is my favorite license that we would ever get. But we're doing pretty okay, at least last month, without them, as far as the token goes. And the app has been, again, just a huge moneymaker for them as well. I don't know what happens to other things. Like, does that prevent, let's say, Darth Vader from pumping? Does it prevent Luke Skywalker from pumping, or does it prevent even like partner statue from pumping? Or is it going to be so scarce that it doesn't matter? Everything pumps anyway. Jeff Correa says, I'm wearing my meta glasses watching this stream. My heckin' man. Doug Latta says, Omi better be in the 0003s one more time. I need to do it a big scoop. According to Crypto Rain, he has the idea that 2/3 chance or 66% chance that it does not go back in the 0003s, but there is a 33% chance or 1/3 chance that it does. So I think people like Rain and you and some of us a little extra cash on the side are hoping it does go to the 333s once more. I would say we're in the minority, though. I would say most people are going to say, just send it, bro. We've been waiting for too long. Just heckin' send it, which I cannot find any fault in. Quinn says, any metaverse puts Omi into the metaverse token category on CoinMarketCap. That is a deadly combination when retail reads all of their favorite characters are on VeVe. I have to take a photo of that because you are 100. What if I told you, Mark, that you were 100% correct, my guy? I think you are. And again, Omi having a pretty good day, 29.99% over there to 000442. Let's check out the rest of the stuff because obviously Bitcoin was at 100. It reached like 104 before. It's 103.3 right now. So shout out to them. Ethereum up 5, almost 6% to 38, almost 3,900. Let's see, XRP having kind of a rough time, down about 11% on the day. Dogecoin up 10%, so those kind of offset. Tron down 20%, so it's a real mixed bag for a lot of things here. Sheeb's up 8%. Pepe's up 8%, which again is so strange. Chronos up 5. ETH Classic up 2.5. Render up 10. We'll keep going here. That was the top 50. MNT or Mantle is up 7.5%. Athena or ENA up 10%. Gala up 9.5%. Sandbox up 12%. And then obviously getting to, EOS down 11%. But then getting to Flow, which is up 0% on the day, or 2.3% over the last hour. I still love them because 1 month ago, they were literally at 48 cents. And now they're up at $1.18. $1.18. They were up like 125, 126. Now they're gone. Let's see some other stuff here. Illuvium. They were at $69 before. They're at 68 now, but everyone comment nice down below to 69. And then on top of that, let's take a look at Devi, which has had a okay day, but really a good month. If you look at a couple months ago, they were at I think like 12 to 14 cents down there. And now obviously they've done that, almost tripling up to 39 cents. And then obviously the favorite, or not the favorite, let's look at Bump here real quick. They're up like 50%. Sorry, 51% over the last 24 hours. So they've just had a major run. And then let's look at Definity real quick as well. Relatively small, up 1.5% on the day, but to 4.8 cents. I will get a Definity tattoo at 48 cents. And then one last look at Omi before I bounce, because I have been streaming for 4 hours right now. There's almost 1,200 people here. 4392, 28%. I love you all. Thank you all for being here with me. Everybody say bye-bye to Dashi. Bye-bye, Dashi. This has been a lot. I love you guys. My life is a party. My home is the club. I party like a rock star, dance until I drop.